Hey there, story lovers. This is Proxima What If, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry was adopted by the Zabini family and learned the art of subtle assassination before Hogwarts? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Viper's Cradle. The night was wrong for early November. Too still. Too cold. The kind of cold that didn't belong to weather but to magic, thick, suffocating magic pressing down on the little street like a hand over a sleeping mouth. Valentina Zabini felt it from 3 streets away. She'd been in Surrey on business. Tedious business. Her third husband, Gerald Whitmore, had left behind a tangle of Muggle property holdings that his solicitors were only now, 2 years after his unfortunate passing, managing to unravel. She'd spent the evening in a dreary office in Woking, signing documents and smiling at men who couldn't stop staring at her face long enough to notice she'd altered 3 clauses in the inheritance transfer. She was driving back toward London. She preferred Muggle cars for short distances, apparition wrinkled silk, when the magic hit her like a wall. Valentina pulled the car to the curb. She sat for a moment, engine idling, her dark eyes narrowing. She knew that signature. Old magic. Blood magic. The kind of working that required either tremendous love or tremendous sacrifice, and usually both. She should have driven on. She had a portkey to Rome waiting at the Leaky Cauldron. Blaise was with the house elves, and while they were competent, he was only 18 months old and she didn't like leaving him overnight. But Valentina Zabini had not survived 2 wars, 5 husbands, and the entire Italian ministry's Criminal Investigations Bureau by ignoring her instincts. She followed the magic. Privet Drive was aggressively ordinary. Identical houses. Identical hedges. Identical cars in identical driveways. The kind of street that existed specifically to crush anything unusual out of existence. Valentina, who had grown up in a villa where the fountains ran with enchanted water and the garden walls were lined with plants that could kill a man in 6 different ways, found it physically oppressive. The old man stood under a street lamp near number 4, and she recognized him immediately. Albus Dumbledore. Unmistakable even at a distance, tall, thin, draped in robes that no self-respecting wizard would wear in public. He was speaking to a cat. No. He was speaking to Minerva McGonagall, who had been a cat moments before. Valentina pulled the car into the shadow of a large hedge 2 houses down, killed the engine, and watched. She was very, very good at watching. The conversation went on for some time. Valentina caught fragments. Her hearing was excellent, enhanced by a permanent charm she'd had woven into her eardrums by a Senegalese spell singer when she was 19. She heard Lily and James. She heard you-know-who. She heard the boy. And then Dumbledore said the name. Harry Potter. Valentina went very still. Everyone in the wizarding world knew what had happened tonight. Even in her Muggle solicitor's office, she'd felt the shift, the sudden, giddy release of pressure that meant the Dark Lord's magic had broken. She'd heard the fireworks from Diagon Alley on the wind, felt the wards around Britain shudder and relax like an exhaled breath. The war was over. The Potters were dead. And somehow, impossibly, their infant son had survived the killing curse. And Albus Dumbledore was bringing that child here. To Privet Drive. To this beige little street with its beige little people. Valentina watched McGonagall leave. She watched Dumbledore wait. She watched a motorbike the size of a small horse descend from the sky carrying a man who was nearly as large, and in the giant's arms, wrapped in blankets, was a baby. She watched Dumbledore take the child, place him on the doorstep of number 4, tuck a letter into the blankets, and walk away. He walked away. Valentina sat in the dark for 10 minutes after Dumbledore vanished. She sat and she thought, and the thoughts were not gentle. She knew who lived in number 4. Gerald's solicitor had the property records for half of Little Whinging. She'd seen the names that afternoon while reviewing documents. Number 4 belonged to Vernon and Petunia Desley. Muggles. No magical blood at all. And Petunia's maiden name had been Evans. Lily Evans's sister. So Dumbledore's plan was blood wards. Valentina could feel the magic he'd left behind, complex, ancient, powerful. Sacrificial protection anchored through bloodline proximity. The child would be safe from Voldemort's followers here, shielded by his mother's death, as long as he could call this place home. It was, she admitted, brilliant magic. It was also monstrous. A doorstep. In November. A letter to explain away the death of a woman's sister and the arrival of an orphan, as though you could reduce such things to ink and parchment. No conversation. No preparation. No choice offered. Just a baby on cold concrete and the assumption that love would follow because it had to. Valentina had been a mother for 18 months. She knew that love didn't work that way. She opened the car door. The child was awake. That was the first thing she noticed. He lay in his bundle of blankets, eyes open, staring up at the sky with an expression that no baby should have been able to make, quiet, solemn, aware. The cut on his forehead was still fresh, an angry red lightning bolt that pulsed with residual dark magic. He didn't cry. He looked at Valentina as she knelt beside him, and something in his green eyes made her breath catch. Lily Evans's eyes. She'd met Lily once, briefly, at a ministry function in 1979. The woman had been brilliant, fierce, laughing at something her husband said while simultaneously wandering from person to person with such effortless warmth that Valentina had been momentarily, irrationally jealous. Valentina collected people through calculation. Lily Potter had collected them simply by being alive. And now Lily was dead, and her son was lying on a doorstep in Surrey, and Albus Dumbledore had decided this was acceptable. Valentina picked up the child. He was warm despite the cold, the sacrificial magic radiating from him like heat from a furnace. He looked at her. She looked at him. "You are going to be extraordinary trouble," she said quietly. He grabbed her finger. Valentina stood, the child in her arms, and walked back to her car. She placed the letter from Dumbledore back on the doorstep, let the Dursleys find it and wonder. She drove to London. She caught her port key. By dawn she was in Rome, and by the following afternoon she was in the Zabini villa outside Florence, holding Harry Potter in one arm and her own son in the other, while her house elf prepared a second crib. The wizarding world spent the next 10 years looking for the boy who lived. They never thought to look in Italy. 10 years later, the boy who had once lain on a doorstep in Surrey was hanging upside down from a beam in the training room, 30 feet above a stone floor, trying to pick a lock. "You're overthinking it," Blaise called up from below, lounging on a practice mat with a book open on his chest. "It's a Venetian triple ward. Third tumbler's always the false." "I know it's the false," Harry said through gritted teeth, blood rushing to his head as he worked the enchanted lockpick into the mechanism. His legs were hooked over the beam, his body swaying slightly with each movement. "I'm not going for the third tumbler. I'm going for the housing. The housing is warded. Everything's warded. That's what makes it fun." The lock clicked. The manacle around his left wrist sprang open, and Harry grabbed the beam with his freed hand just as his legs gave out. He swung for a moment, one-armed, then pulled himself up and sat straddling the beam, grinning down at his brother. Blaise hadn't looked up from his book. Time. 43 seconds. Mother did it in 30. Mother has longer fingers. Mother says that excuses are the refuge of the incompetent. Mother says a lot of things. Harry stood on the beam, balanced with the casual ease of someone who'd been doing this since he could walk, and looked around the training room. The Zabini training room occupied the entire basement level of the villa. It had been expanded magically to the size of a small cathedral, high vaulted ceilings of old stone, enchanted windows that showed whatever environment the current exercise demanded, and enough equipment to outfit a small army. There were dueling strips along the east wall, a potion workshop along the west, and in the center, the obstacle course that Valentina redesigned every month. Today's course was a vertical maze. Beams, platforms, rope bridges, and hanging locks at various heights, all of it warded and trapped. The objective was simple: get from the floor to the ceiling and ring the bell at the top. The execution was anything but. Harry had been running it since dawn. He was shirtless, his lean frame sheened with sweat, and his dark hair, perpetually untidy despite every grooming charm Valentina had tried, hung in his eyes. The scar on his forehead was faded now, a thin silver line that most people didn't notice unless they knew to look. His eyes were still his mother's eyes, vivid green, but the rest of him was all Zabini: the easy posture, the quick smile, the way he held himself like he owned whatever room he was in. He didn't look like the boy who lived. He looked like exactly what he was, the son of Valentina Zabini. Again, Harry said, and dropped from the beam. He fell 30 feet, twisted midair, caught a rope bridge with one hand, swung to a platform, and landed in a crouch. The platform immediately tried to disappear, a vanishing charm on a pressure trigger. Harry was already moving, leaping to the next beam, his wand appearing in his hand. He didn't carry it holstered. Valentina had beaten that habit into him years ago. A holster tells everyone you have a wand. Your sleeve tells them nothing. His wand, 11 inches, holly, with a core that the wandmaker in Rome had gone very pale over, sat in a forearm sheath that could deploy it into his palm in a quarter second. The beam he landed on erupted with stinging hexes. Automated, preset, casting from rune clusters carved into the wood. Harry deflected the first two with a shield that shimmered like oil on water, dodged the third by dropping flat, and sent a blasting curse into the rune cluster that reduced it to splinters. "That's cheating," Blaze said from below, turning a page. "You're supposed to dodge all of them. Dodging is for people who can't destroy the source." Harry was already moving again, climbing, leaping, his body flowing through the obstacles with a fluid grace that was half athletic training, half magical enhancement. He hit the next lock, another manacle, this one on a chain hanging from the ceiling, and had it picked in 29 seconds. "Better," Blaze acknowledged. Harry reached the ceiling, rang the bell, and descended the conventional way, a rope, hand over hand, fast enough that friction burns reddened his palms. He dropped the last 8 feet and landed beside Blaze, barely breathing hard. 34 minutes, 6 seconds, Blaze said, checking the enchanted stopwatch. "Your best time." "Still not good enough." "It would be good enough for anyone else." "We're not anyone else." Blaze closed his book and looked up at his brother with an expression that mixed exasperation with genuine affection. They didn't look alike. Blaze was tall for 11, dark-skinned, with his mother's elegant bone structure and her talent for making everything look effortless. Harry was leaner, lighter-skinned, with sharper features and those startling green eyes. But they moved alike. They spoke alike. They thought in the same patterns, finished each other's sentences, and could communicate across a crowded room with nothing but a glance. They were, in every way that mattered, brothers. "Shower," Blaze said. "Mother wants us for lunch. She has news. She always has news. She said to dress well." Harry raised an eyebrow. "We always dress well. She said to dress very well." "Which means company." Harry considered this while toweling off his face. The Zabini villa received visitors regularly. Valentina's social calendar was a weapon she wielded as precisely as any blade, but visitors that required special attention usually meant politics. And politics, in the Zabini household, usually meant somebody wanted something. Any idea who? The owl came from the British Ministry. Department of International Magical Cooperation. Harry went still for just a moment. Then he smiled, a slow, sharp smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Well. That's interesting. I thought you'd think so." They showered and dressed in their rooms on the villa's second floor. The Zabini villa was ancient, 12 centuries of magical construction layered onto a Roman foundation, expanded and refined by every generation. From the outside, Muggles saw a crumbling farmhouse surrounded by olive groves. From the inside, it was a palazzo of cool marble floors, enchanted frescoes that moved in lazy, sunlit loops, and rooms that rearranged themselves according to the moods of the house elves. Harry's room was sparse by Zabini standards. A bed, a desk, bookshelves that lined 3 walls and held texts in Italian, English, French, and Latin. A locked trunk at the foot of the bed containing his personal potion supplies. A window that looked out over the Tuscan hills, and on the sill, a row of small potted plants, aconite, belladonna, digitalis, hemlock. His garden, Blaise called it. Other people grow flowers. You grow the things that kill you. He dressed in dark gray trousers, a white linen shirt, and a fitted jacket of deep emerald green that Valentina had made for him in Milan. Italian wizarding fashion was closer to Muggle clothing than British. Robes were for formal occasions, not daily wear. Harry preferred it. Robes restricted movement, and restricted movement got you killed. He checked himself in the mirror, the enchanted kind, which offered commentary. Looking sharp, young master, it said. Though you might want to do something about the hair. Nothing can be done about the hair. We've discussed this. Perhaps a stronger pomade, the hair stays. He slid his wand into the forearm sheath, slipped a thin-bladed knife into the sheath at the small of his back, force of habit, and Valentina would notice if he came to lunch without it, and went downstairs. The dining room faced south, flooded with the warm Tuscan light that made everything in Italy look like a Renaissance painting. Valentina was already seated at the head of the table, and Harry paused in the doorway for a moment to look at her. His mother, and she was his mother, in every way he understood the word, was 41 years old, and she looked 30. Tall, dark-haired, with skin the color of burnished copper and cheekbones that could cut glass. She wore a dress of deep burgundy that probably cost more than most British wizards made in a month, and her fingers were adorned with rings from 4 of her 5 marriages. The 5th ring, Gerald Whitmore's, she'd melted down and used as the casing for a particularly nasty contact poison she kept in a hidden compartment in her desk. She was, by any objective measure, one of the most beautiful women in Europe. She was also, by any objective measure, one of the most dangerous. Harry. She didn't look up from the letter she was reading. You ran the course again this morning. Yes, mother. Your time. 34:6. Improvement. The faintest smile. Sit. He sat. Blaise arrived a moment later, dressed similarly in dark tones, and took his place across from Harry. The house elves served, antipasti, fresh bread, a pasta course with lemon and herbs from the villa's garden. Valentina didn't speak during the first course. She never did. Meals were structured in the Zabini house, food first, then business. A hungry mind makes poor decisions, she told them when they were small. When the pasta was cleared and espresso served, Valentina set down her letter and looked at her sons. The Hogwarts letters will arrive within the week, she said. Harry and Blaise exchanged a glance. They'd known this was coming. Valentina had discussed it with them over the past year, the decision to send them to Hogwarts rather than the Accademia di Magia in Rome, where both had been enrolled since birth. You've decided, then, Harry said. I decided months ago. I wanted to see if either of you would argue. Would arguing have changed anything? Blaise asked. No. But it would have told me something about your judgment. She sipped her espresso. The British wizarding world is insular, arrogant, and 2 centuries behind the continent in most magical disciplines. Its government is corrupt, its school is run by a man who treats children as chess pieces, and its society is still rotting from the war it refuses to properly finish. It is, by almost every measure, an inferior environment for your education. And yet, Harry said. And yet, Valentina agreed. You need to be there. Both of you, but especially you, Harry. You know why. He did. They'd had this conversation, the real conversation, the one about who he was and what was coming, when he was 8. Valentina had sat him down in her study, poured herself wine, poured him juice, and told him everything. The prophecy. Voldemort. His birth parents. The scar. The blood protection. The fact that Dumbledore had placed him on a doorstep and that she had taken him, and that the old man had spent a decade trying to find him. She'd told him without softness, without drama, without the careful cushioning that most parents would have used. She'd told him the way she told him everything, clearly, completely, and with the expectation that he would handle it. He had handled it. He'd gone quiet for 2 days, and then he'd come to her and asked her to increase his training schedule. The visitor today, Harry said. Ministry. Amos Diggory. Department of International Magical Cooperation. He's coming to discuss, as his letter so delicately puts it, the enrollment of British-born magical children currently residing abroad. He doesn't know you're here. The ministry doesn't know. Dumbledore, I suspect, has his theories, but he's never been able to confirm them. How? Blaise asked. You took the boy who lived. Someone must have traced it. I took an infant from a doorstep in a Muggle neighborhood in the middle of the night, Valentina said. There were no witnesses. The wards Dumbledore placed were keyed to the house, not the child. They activated when the family inside accepted him, which they never did because he was never there to be accepted. By the time anyone realized Harry wasn't at Privet Drive, I'd already filed adoption papers through the Italian ministry, which doesn't share records with Britain, and registered him under the Zabini name. And the scar? Harry touched his forehead. Glamored for the first 3 years, until the magical signature stabilized enough that casual detection wouldn't flag it. After that, you were simply another half-blood child in an Italian pure-blood family. Unusual, but not unheard of. Harry leaned back in his chair. So Diggory comes today, we enroll at Hogwarts, and suddenly the boy who lived reappears after 10 years. Not suddenly. Gradually. With control. Valentina's eyes were sharp. When you walk into that school, it will be on our terms. Not Dumbledore's. Not the ministry's. Ours. And if Dumbledore tries to take control, then Dumbledore will learn what I've spent 20 years teaching the rest of the wizarding world. She smiled, and it was the smile that 5 husbands had seen and loved and, ultimately, not survived. That Zabinis are not to be handled. The flute chimed at precisely 2 o'clock, and Amos Diggory stepped out of the fireplace in the villa's receiving room looking exactly like what he was, a middle-ranking British ministry official who had never been to Italy and was trying very hard not to look impressed. He failed. The receiving room was designed to impress. Valentina had arranged it that way, a high-ceilinged space with a mosaic floor depicting the founding of magical Rome, enchanted windows overlooking the olive groves, and furniture that managed to be simultaneously inviting and intimidating. The message was clear, you are welcome here. You are also outclassed. Signora Zabini, Diggory said, recovering his composure and extending a hand. Thank you for receiving me. The ministry is grateful for your, Amos. Valentina took his hand, held it a beat too long, and smiled. Please. Sit. Can I offer you something? We have a lovely Prosecco, or if you prefer, fire whiskey. Prosecco would be, yes, thank you. Diggory sat, crossed and uncrossed his legs, and looked around the room again. Beautiful home. It's been in the family for some time. Valentina settled into her chair and crossed her legs. My sons will join us shortly. You mentioned enrollment coordination. Yes, well. Diggory pulled a folder from his briefcase. It's come to the ministry's attention that there are several British-born magical children currently residing in other countries who are approaching Hogwarts age. Standard procedure is to confirm their enrollment or facilitate transfer to the appropriate local institution. Your son, Blaise, is it? Was born in London, so he's on our rolls. Both my sons are on your rolls, I imagine, Valentina said, and her voice was perfectly pleasant. Diggory blinked. Both? I only have one file, Blaise Zabini, born June 14, 1980, my other son was also born in Britain. In July of 1980. You may know him by his birth name. The door opened, and Harry walked in. He'd timed it, of course. Valentina had taught him that entrances were weapons, and you never wasted a weapon. He walked in with Blaise beside him, both of them moving with that particular Zabini quality, unhurried, confident, as though the world would wait for them because it always had. Harry met Diggory's eyes, smiled politely, and waited. Diggory looked at him. Looked at the eyes, vivid green, unmistakable if you knew what you were looking for. Looked at the faint scar just visible beneath the dark hair. His face went through several colors in rapid succession. Merlin's beard, he whispered. Harry Zabini, Harry said, extending his hand. Though I believe your records would have me listed as Potter. Diggory's mouth opened and closed twice. He looked at Valentina. He looked at Harry. He looked at Valentina again. This is, my son, Valentina said, and there was a note of iron beneath the silk. Legally adopted under Italian magical law in November of 1981. Recognized by the Accademia, registered with the Italian ministry, and raised in my household for the past 10 years. He and Blaise will both be attending Hogwarts this September. But, the ministry, Dumbledore, everyone has been looking for a child who was left on a doorstep in the middle of the night with nothing but a blanket and a letter, Valentina said, and now the silk was gone entirely. I found him there. I took him home. I gave him a name, a family, and an education. If the British ministry has concerns about the legality of the adoption, I invite them to take the matter up with the International Confederation, which ratified the paperwork 9 years ago. Diggory swallowed. He was, Harry observed, sweating quite a lot for someone in an air-conditioned room. Signora Zabini, I don't think anyone is questioning, that is, the minister will certainly want to, this is rather overwhelming. Harry suggested, taking a seat and accepting the prosecco that a house elf offered on a silver tray. Take your time. He could see Diggory studying him, trying to reconcile the myth with the boy sitting across from him. The boy who lived was supposed to be, what? A symbol? A weapon? A child? Whatever Diggory had imagined, Harry could tell he hadn't imagined this, an 11-year-old in Italian tailoring, sipping sparkling wine, completely at ease. The enrollment papers, Blaise said, gently steering the conversation back to practical ground. Shall we review them? They reviewed them. Diggory, to his credit, recovered enough professionalism to walk them through the paperwork, though his hands shook slightly and he kept glancing at Harry's forehead. Standard enrollment for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. 2 students, Blaise Zabini and Harry Zabini, née Potter. Equipment lists, term dates, travel arrangements. The Hogwarts Express leaves from King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, on September 1st, Diggory said, falling back on road information like a lifeline. The equipment list includes standard, we have our own equipment, Valentina said. Wands, cauldrons, books. We'll purchase anything Hogwarts specific in London before term begins. Of course, of course. Diggory paused. Signora Zabini, I feel I should mention, when this becomes known, and it will, the moment Harry arrives at school, there will be considerable interest. From the press, from the ministry, from certain parties. I'm aware. Dumbledore will want to speak with you personally. Dumbledore is welcome to request an appointment through my solicitor. Harry watched Diggory process this, the realization that the woman sitting across from him was not going to be managed, guided, or outmaneuvered by anyone in Britain, including Albus Dumbledore. It was, Harry thought, like watching someone realize mid-swim that they were in the ocean. After Diggory left, slightly dazed, clutching signed enrollment papers and what Harry suspected would be the most explosive report the Department of International Magical Cooperation had ever filed, Valentina turned to her sons. It begins now, she said. Within 48 hours, the British ministry will know. Within a week, Dumbledore will know. He'll reach out. He'll try to arrange a meeting before school starts. He'll be kind, concerned, grandfatherly, and absolutely relentless. And you'll handle him, Harry said. I'll handle the politics. You need to handle the school. She looked at him with an expression he knew well, the evaluating look, the one that saw every strength and every weakness and catalogued them with surgical precision. Hogwarts is not the academia. The students are sheltered, the professors are uneven, and the headmaster has spent 50 years building an institution that runs on his personal authority. You will be entering a system designed to control you. I don't control easily. No. You don't. A flicker of something, pride. Love. The two were often indistinguishable in Valentina, crossed her face. But Dumbledore is not like the people you've dealt with before. He's brilliant. He's patient. And he genuinely believes he's doing the right thing, which makes him more dangerous than someone who knows they're doing wrong. You've told me this before. I'll keep telling you until I'm certain you believe it. She stood, smoothing her dress. Now. We have 2 weeks before term. I want you in the training room every morning. I want your potion work reviewed. And I want you in the library studying every Hogwarts professor currently on staff, their histories, their specialties, their weaknesses. Already started, Blaise said. I pulled the files last week. Valentina's smile was genuine this time. Good. My sons. She left, and Harry and Blaise sat in the quiet receiving room, the afternoon light slanting through the enchanted windows. So, Blaise said. Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Are you ready? Harry considered the question. Not the surface of it, are you ready for school, but the depth. Was he ready to walk into the country that had celebrated his survival and then lost him? Ready to face a headmaster who would see him as a piece on a board? Ready to enter a world that had stories about him, expectations of him, demands of him that had nothing to do with who he actually was? I've been ready since I was 8, Harry said. The question isn't whether I'm ready. It's whether they are. The next morning, Harry was in the potion workshop before dawn. The workshop was his favorite room in the villa. While the training room was Valentina's domain, all physicality, reflex, combat, the workshop was where Harry felt most completely himself. It was cool, stone-walled, lit by enchanted fixtures that provided perfect, shadowless illumination. The shelves held hundreds of ingredients in glass jars, each labeled in Harry's precise handwriting. The worktable was scarred with years of use, stained with things that would make a Hogwarts potions master weep. Harry didn't make healing potions. He could, his technical skill was excellent, but his passion, his art, was poison. Valentina had introduced him to toxicology when he was 6. Most parents taught their children to avoid dangerous plants. Valentina had taught Harry to cultivate them, harvest them, extract their essences, and combine them into compounds that could kill in ways ranging from the instantaneous to the agonizingly slow. It was, she'd explained, the Zabini family tradition. Where the Malfoys had politics and the Blacks had dark magic, the Zabinis had poison. It is the most elegant weapon, she told him. It requires no wand. It leaves no magical trace. And it works on everyone, witch, wizard, muggle, magical creature. A well-made poison is a great equalizer. Harry had taken to it the way other children took to flying. By 8, he could identify 300 toxic substances by sight, smell, or taste. By 9, he was creating his own compounds. By 10, he'd synthesized a contact poison so subtle that Valentina had studied it for an hour before admitting she was impressed, and Valentina was not easily impressed. This morning, he was working on something specific. A project he'd started 3 months ago, when Valentina had first confirmed they'd be attending Hogwarts. The compound was colorless, odorless, and dissolved instantly in any liquid. In small doses, it produced a mild euphoria and increased suggestibility, useful for interrogation. In larger doses, it paralyzed the voluntary nervous system while leaving the victim fully conscious and aware. In its most concentrated form, it stopped the heart. Harry didn't intend to kill anyone at Hogwarts. Probably. But Valentina had a saying, better to have the knife and never cut than to need the knife and find your hand empty. He was measuring dried acromantula venom, 3 drops, precisely, into a base of moonstone-infused ethanol, when Blaise appeared in the doorway. "I've finished the staff profiles," Blaise said, dropping a thick folder on the only clean corner of the worktable. "You'll want to read the one on Snape. Severus Snape. Potions master. Former Death Eater turned spy. Dumbledore's man." Harry didn't look up from his work. "What about him?" "He was in love with your mother." Harry's hand stopped moving. He set down the pipette carefully, you didn't make sudden movements around acromantula venom, and looked at his brother. "Explain." Blaise opened the folder to a section marked with a green tab. "It's not in any official record. I had to dig. But the pattern's there. Snape and Lily Evans grew up in the same town. They were close as children. He was sorted into Slytherin, she into Gryffindor. They had a falling out in 5th year, he called her a mudblood in front of the school. After that, nothing public. But he turned spy for Dumbledore the same year Voldemort targeted the Potters. Which means Dumbledore used his feelings for my mother to turn him. Almost certainly." Harry absorbed this. He picked up the pipette again and added the 3 drops of venom, watching the solution turn from clear to a faint, shimmering silver before settling back to colorless. "So I'm going to be taught potions by a man who loved my birth mother, hated my birth father, served the man who killed them both, and currently works for the man who abandoned me on a doorstep. That's a fair summary. This is going to be a complicated year. When is it ever not?" Harry spent 3 hours in the workshop, then another 4 in the training room. Valentina joined him for the last hour, and they dueled. Dueling with Valentina was nothing like the formal, structured practice that most wizarding schools taught. There were no rules, no bowing, no counted paces. Valentina had learned combat magic from a retired Auror in Naples who had spent 30 years fighting dark wizards across 3 continents, and she'd augmented that education with techniques drawn from traditions the British wizarding world didn't even know existed: West African battle magic, Japanese cursework, South American shamanic combat, the brutal close-quarter style of the Russian Koldovstoritz graduates. She'd taught all of it to Harry. He was fast, faster than anyone his age had a right to be, fast enough to give most adult wizards serious problems. His spellwork was precise and varied, drawing from a repertoire that extended well beyond the British standard curriculum. And he fought dirty, because Valentina had taught him that clean fighting was for people who valued aesthetics over survival. But Valentina was still better. She caught him with a disarming hex disguised inside a shield charm, a technique that shouldn't have been possible but that she made look casual, and his wand flew from his hand. Before it hit the ground, he'd drawn the knife from his back and closed the distance, because Valentina had taught him that losing your wand was not the same as being disarmed. She deflected the knife with a wandless banishing charm, but he'd expected that, the knife was a feint. His hand came up and he cast wandlessly, a concussion hex that rippled the air between them. It wasn't strong, his wandless magic was developing but inconsistent, but it was enough to make her take a step back, and in that moment he summoned his wand back to his hand. "Good," Valentina said, and meant it. "The wandless casting is improving. It's still not reliable. It will be. You have the raw power. You simply need to build the neural pathways." She lowered her wand. "Again. This time, I want you to use the environment. Stop fighting me in open space." They went again. And again. And again, until Harry's muscles burned and his magical reserves felt thin and frayed, and Valentina finally called a halt with a nod that meant acceptable. "One more thing," she said as he toweled off. "When you get to Hogwarts, you'll be sorted. I know. The hat. You'll be sorted into Slytherin." Harry paused. You're certain? I raised you. You're cunning, ambitious, and ruthless when you need to be. The hat will see that. She hesitated, a rare thing. It may also see the piece of dark magic in your scar, and it may try to use that as justification. Don't let it. You belong in Slytherin because of who you are, not because of what he left in you. It was the most direct she'd ever been about the scar, and what she believed lived inside it. Harry met her eyes. I know what I am, Mother. I know you do. She touched his face, briefly, the way she showed affection, quick and fierce and gone before you could hold it. That's why you're ready. The last week before Hogwarts passed quickly. Harry and Blaise packed trunks that had been enchanted with extension charms, extra potion supplies, books not on the Hogwarts curriculum, training equipment. Harry spent an evening in the greenhouse carefully selecting cuttings from his more portable plants, sealing them in stasis jars. He packed 3 separate poison kits, one in his trunk, one in a hidden compartment in his bag, and one on his person, because Valentina believed in redundancy. 2 days before September 1st, they traveled to London. Valentina took them through the Galleria Nascosta in Rome first, the Italian equivalent of Diagon Alley, but older, grander, and more dangerous. Where Diagon Alley was quaint, the Galleria was palatial, a vast underground arcade beneath the Piazza Navona, lit by floating orbs of captured sunlight, lined with shops that sold things the British ministry had banned centuries ago. Harry and Blaise had been shopping here since they were old enough to carry a money pouch. They picked up the last of their supplies, extra parchment, inks, a set of charmed quills that could write in 4 languages. Harry stopped at the apothecary, where old Signora Marchetti greeted him by name and slipped him a small vial of something that she whispered was new, very interesting, not strictly legal anywhere. Harry pocketed it with a smile. Then London, via International Portkey. A suite at the Wizarding Hotel in Kensington, not the Leaky Cauldron, which Valentina considered unacceptably dingy. A quick trip to Diagon Alley for the Hogwarts-specific items they couldn't get in Rome, certain textbooks in English editions, uniform robes, which Harry found deeply unflattering, and owl treats for the eagle owl, Nero, that Valentina had given him for his 10th birthday. Diagon Alley was smaller than Harry expected. After the Galleria, it felt like a village market, charming, certainly, but provincial. The people were friendly in that blinkered, self-satisfied way that told Harry they genuinely believed this was the center of the magical world. They didn't recognize him. Why would they? They were looking for a boy with a scar and glasses, an orphan, a waif. Not a well-dressed Italian kid shopping with his equally well-dressed brother and a mother who turned every head on the street. It was, Harry thought, going to be very entertaining when they figured it out. The morning of September 1st dawned grey and cool, properly English in a way that made Harry miss Florence already. They dressed, ate breakfast in the hotel, and Valentina walked them through the Muggle side of King's Cross to the barrier at platform 9 3/4. She stopped before the barrier. This is where I leave you. Harry and Blaise both looked at her. I won't walk you to the train. You're not children being dropped off. You're Zabinis entering a new arena. Her eyes moved between them. Remember what I've taught you. Trust each other. Trust no one else until they've earned it, and even then, verify. She looked at Harry. He'll try to speak with you privately, early. When he does, be polite. Be respectful. And give him nothing. Yes, Mother. Write weekly. Use the cipher on anything sensitive. And Harry, she paused. Don't kill anyone in the first term unless absolutely necessary. It creates paperwork. He wasn't entirely sure she was joking. She kissed them both, quick, firm, on the forehead, and walked away without looking back. That was Valentina. She didn't linger. Lingering was sentiment, and sentiment was vulnerability, and vulnerability was death. Harry turned to Blaise. His brother met his eyes, and they shared a grin, tight, sharp, alive with anticipation. Ready? Blaise asked. Let's go meet the English. They stepped through the barrier and onto platform 9 3/4. The Scarlet steam engine was magnificent, Harry had to admit. Whatever else you could say about British wizards, they had a flair for transport. The platform was chaotic, parents hugging children, owls screeching, trunks being levitated into carriages, a red-haired woman shouting about platforms to a pack of identically red-haired children. Nobody looked at them. Two boys in well-cut traveling clothes, pushing trolleys with quiet efficiency, their faces calm and unremarkable in the crowd. Harry felt the anonymity like a warm cloak. It wouldn't last, but he intended to enjoy it while it did. They found a compartment near the back of the train, good sightlines, close to an exit, with a window that Harry immediately noted could be opened wide enough to climb through if necessary. He was not paranoid. He was prepared. There was a distinction, however thin. The train began to move. London slid past the windows, giving way to suburbs, giving way to countryside. Harry settled into his seat, opened a book, Magical Theory and Practical Application, an Italian text that was roughly 5 years ahead of anything on the Hogwarts curriculum, and began to read. Blaise pulled out the staff profiles and started reviewing them for the third time. The compartment door slid open less than 20 minutes into the journey. A boy stood in the doorway. Pale, pointed features, white blonde hair slicked back in a style that had probably been his father's idea. Flanked by two larger boys who appeared to have been selected for mass rather than intelligence. The pale boy's robes were new and expensive, Harry could tell at a glance, and he carried himself with the rigid posture of someone who'd been told he was important since birth. Draco Malfoy. Harry recognized him from Blaise's files. I heard there were some foreign students on the train, Malfoy said, looking them over with an appraising expression that landed somewhere between curious and condescending. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Blaise Zabini, Blaise said without looking up from his reading. And this is my brother, Harry. Zabini. Malfoy's eyes flickered with recognition, the name, the reputation. Even in Britain, people knew about Valentina Zabini. Your mother is, Valentina Zabini, yes, Harry said, closing his book and giving Malfoy his full attention. He'd learned this from his mother too, when you gave someone your full attention, really gave it, it either made them feel important or made them feel exposed. It was useful to find out which. Sit down, Draco. I'd like to know you. Malfoy sat, slightly wrong-footed by the invitation. His two bodyguards hovered in the doorway until Harry glanced at them with an expression that very politely communicated they should find somewhere else to be. They left. You're Italian? Malfoy asked. Raised in Italy. Born in Britain, actually. Harry smiled. We have that in common. Your family is old blood. The Zabini line goes back to before the Roman Empire. We predate most of the British Sacred 28 by about 1,000 years. Malfoy's mouth thinned. He was used to pulling rank through lineage, and Harry had just casually outranked him by a millennium. My father says the Italian families have gone soft. Too much mixing with muggles. Your father has never visited Italy, I take it. He has. He found it threatening. Harry suggested, and his voice was light, almost playful, but his eyes weren't. People often find unfamiliar excellence threatening. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Blaise turned a page. He didn't look up, but Harry caught the ghost of a smile. Malfoy stared at Harry for a long moment. He was trying, Harry could see, to decide whether he'd been insulted. The answer was yes, but it had been done so smoothly that responding with anger would make Malfoy look foolish, not Harry. It was a technique Valentina called the velvet blade, cut someone so cleanly they don't feel it until they try to move. You'll want to be in Slytherin, Malfoy said finally, choosing to move past it. Smart. Harry gave him a fraction more respect. My family's been Slytherin for generations. So has mine, Harry said. We'll see, won't we? Malfoy left a few minutes later, not quite sure what had just happened to him. Harry watched him go, filed away several observations, and returned to his book. "You could have made an ally there," Blaise said. "I might have. We'll see how he responds. People who react to being outmaneuvered by learning from it are worth keeping close. People who react by seeking revenge are worth watching. And people who react by pretending it didn't happen? Those are the ones you ignore. They'll never be useful." The train rolled on through the English countryside, and the compartment door opened again, this time a round-faced, nervous boy looking for a lost toad. "Sorry," the boy said, eyes darting between them. "I don't suppose you've seen a toad. His name's Trevor. He keeps getting away." "No toads here," Harry said. "But try a summoning charm. Accio Trevor, if you put enough intent behind it, he should come to you even through compartment walls." The boy blinked. I don't think we're supposed to know that spell yet. That's never stopped me." Harry drew his wand and cast. Accio Trevor. There was a brief commotion somewhere up the train, a squawk of protest from someone's compartment, and then a large, warty toad came sailing through the corridor and landed, with an offended croak, in the round-faced boy's hands. "Brilliant." The boy clutched the toad to his chest, beaming. "Thanks, I'm Neville, by the way. Neville Longbottom." Harry paused. Longbottom. Another name from his mother's files, from his own history. The other boy the prophecy could have meant. The son of Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured into madness by Bellatrix Lestrange. Neville didn't know about the prophecy, almost certainly. But Harry did. "Harry Zabini," he said, and offered his hand. "Nice to meet you, Neville. Stay close if you want, we've got room." Neville sat. He was shy, stammering, nothing like the confident children of old families that Harry was used to, but Harry watched his hands, the way Valentina had taught him, and they were steady. Nervous mind, steady hands. Interesting. The countryside was darkening when the final visitor arrived. A girl this time, already in her Hogwarts robes, with bushy brown hair and front teeth slightly too large for her mouth and an expression of fierce, barely contained excitement. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost," she stopped, seeing Neville. "Oh, you found it." "Harry summoned it," Neville said, with the clear admiration of someone who had found a new hero. The girl turned to Harry. Her eyes were sharp, evaluating, the kind of intelligence that couldn't help assessing everything it encountered. "You know the summoning charm? That's fourth-year magic. I've read about it in the Standard Book of Spells, grade 4, but I haven't tried it yet. I've only practiced the spells in our first-year texts. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Harry Zabini. And yes, I know the summoning charm. Among others. Zabini, that's not a British name, is it? Are you from the continent? I've read that magical education varies considerably by country. The Italian tradition is supposed to be particularly strong in alchemy and potioneering, Hermione. Harry held up a hand, and she stopped, mid-breath, looking startled. Sit down. Have a chocolate frog. And yes, I'll answer your questions, but one at a time. She sat. She ate a chocolate frog. She asked approximately 47 questions in the next hour, and Harry answered most of them, because he recognized what she was, hungry. Not for food or power but for knowledge, with an appetite that reminded him, uncomfortably, of himself. You're Muggle-born? He asked at one point, already knowing the answer from her mannerisms, her excitement, the way she treated magic like a subject to be studied rather than air to be breathed. She stiffened slightly. Yes. Is that a problem? Not for me. Some people at Hogwarts will make it one. I'd suggest you not let them. I don't intend to. Good. He met her eyes. You're the smartest person who's walked into this compartment today, Hermione. Including me. Don't let anyone at that school make you feel like you're worth less because of your blood. Blood is just blood. What matters is what you do with the magic in it. She stared at him. Then she blinked rapidly several times, and Harry realized with faint alarm that she might be about to cry. She didn't. She set her jaw and nodded firmly. "Thank you," she said. "That's no one's, thank you. Don't thank me. Just prove me right." The train slowed. Night had fallen, and through the windows, Harry could see the lights of a village, Hogsmeade, the last all-wizarding settlement in Britain. The students were told to leave luggage on the train, to change into robes. Harry pulled his on over his clothes, feeling the unfamiliar weight of the fabric, and slipped his wand from its forearm sheath into the wand pocket in the robe's right sleeve. Less accessible. He'd have to practice the draw. The knife stayed at his back. The vial from Signora Marchetti went into an inner pocket. The small emergency potion kit was already strapped to his left ankle, shrunken down to the size of a matchbox. They exited the train into cool Scottish air, and a voice boomed across the platform, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." The voice belonged to the largest man Harry had ever seen. Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, the groundskeeper, half-giant, fanatically loyal to Dumbledore. Harry's files had quite a lot to say about Hagrid, most of it contradictory. Dangerous by nature, gentle by temperament. The kind of man who would die for Dumbledore without being asked, which made him either the most admirable person in Hogwarts or the most pitiable. They followed Hagrid to a fleet of small boats on the edge of a dark lake. Harry climbed into one with Blaise, Neville, and Hermione, the beginnings, he thought, of something interesting. The boats moved of their own accord, gliding across black water that reflected stars and nothing else. And then they rounded a bend, and Hogwarts appeared. Harry heard Hermione gasp. He heard Neville whisper something. He heard the collective intake of breath from 111-year-olds seeing the castle for the first time, towers and turrets, windows blazing with light, rising from the cliff face like something that had grown rather than been built. It was, he admitted, impressive. Not beautiful the way the Zabini villa was beautiful, all warm stone and climbing jasmine and the soft gold of Tuscan light. Hogwarts was something colder, grander, a statement of power so vast it didn't need to be subtle. 1,000 years of magic soaked into every stone, wards so deep and complex they were essentially sentient, and at the center of it all, Albus Dumbledore, sitting in his office like a spider in a web of his own making. Harry looked at the castle, and the castle looked back. "I'm here," he thought. "I'm what you made, and I'm what she made, and I'm what I made myself. And I am not going to play by your rules." The boats reached the shore. They climbed stone steps. A tall, severe witch, McGonagall, deputy headmistress, the woman who'd been a cat on Privet Drive the night it all began, met them at the doors and explained the sorting. Harry listened politely. Beside him, Blaise was a perfect mirror of calm attention. Around them, first years fidgeted and whispered and vibrated with nervous energy. The doors opened. The great hall was exactly as described in every book Harry had read, vast, candlelit, the enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, for long tables filled with students, and at the front, the staff table, where a row of adults watched the incoming first years with expressions ranging from warmth to boredom to something much more complicated. Harry found Dumbledore immediately. Center of the staff table, tall chair, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, eyes twinkling with the carefully crafted warmth of a man who wanted the world to see a kindly grandfather and not the most powerful wizard in Europe. Their eyes met. Harry felt the faintest brush against his mind, legilimency, gentle, almost undetectable, the kind of probe that most people would never notice. Harry noticed. And he closed his mind against it with the occlumency barriers Valentina had spent 4 years building, a wall of smooth, impenetrable obsidian that gave Dumbledore exactly nothing. Something changed in Dumbledore's expression. The twinkle didn't fade, it was too practiced for that, but something behind it sharpened. Interest. Concern. Recognition. Yes, Harry thought. You see me now. The sorting hat was placed on a stool. It sang a song. The students applauded. McGonagall began calling names. Harry waited. He watched the other sortings with professional interest, noting who went where, what the hat said, how long each sorting took. Hermione went to Gryffindor, which surprised no one. Neville went to Gryffindor too, though it took the hat a while, and Harry caught the boy's look of shock. Malfoy went to Slytherin before the hat had fully touched his hair. Zabini, Blaise. Blaise squeezed Harry's arm once, their signal, the one that meant I'm with you, and walked to the stool. The hat was on his head for perhaps 10 seconds. Slytherin. Blaise stood, straightened his robes, and walked to the Slytherin table with the unhurried grace of someone entering a room he already owned. Harry felt a surge of pride that was entirely brotherly. Zabini, Harry. The great hall went quiet. Not because of the name Zabini, but because McGonagall had paused before reading it, and her pause had been just a fraction too long, and the students at the staff table had reacted. Harry saw Snape's head snap up. Saw Dumbledore lean forward. Saw Quirrell, turbaned, twitching, smelling of garlic and something else, something wrong, go rigid. Harry walked to the stool. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the brim fell over his eyes. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. This is unexpected. Harry said nothing. He didn't need to. The hat was in his mind, and his mind was his best weapon. Harry Potter, the hat mused. Or Harry Zabini, as you prefer. My, what an interesting childhood you've had. Poisons and politics and, good heavens, is that a memory of actual combat? At age 9. What kind of mother, the best kind, Harry thought firmly. I see loyalty, deep, fierce loyalty, but only to those who've earned it. I see ambition, though not the petty kind. I see a mind that is, if you'll forgive me, slightly terrifying for an 11-year-old. Courage, yes, certainly, plenty of that. You'd have done well in Gryffindor if you'd grown up differently. I didn't grow up differently. No. No, you didn't. The hat was quiet for a moment. I could put you in Ravenclaw. That mind would flourish there. Or Gryffindor, where your mother and father, my mother is Valentina Zabini. My father is no one. And you know where I belong. I do, the hat admitted. I knew the moment I touched your head. Very well. Better be, Slytherin. The hall erupted. Not in applause, in noise. Confused, excited, disbelieving noise, because the name McGonagall had called was Zabini, but the whispers were already starting. The scar. The eyes. The fact that Dumbledore had half risen from his chair. Someone at the Gryffindor table, a red-haired boy, said, loud enough to carry, did she say Harry? Harry removed the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to the Slytherin table. He didn't hurry. He didn't look at the staff table. He sat down next to Blaise, and his brother passed him a goblet of pumpkin juice as though this were the most ordinary moment in the world. Around them, the Slytherin table was staring. Across the hall, 1,000 eyes were finding him, fixing on him, the whispers building like a wave. Harry drank his juice. Welcome to Hogwarts, Blaise said quietly. Thank you, Harry said. I think it's going to be fun. At the staff table, Albus Dumbledore sat back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Severus Snape stared at the dark-haired boy at the Slytherin table with an expression that was very readable indeed, if you knew what you were looking at. It was the face of a man seeing a ghost. And at the far end of the table, Professor Quirrell pressed his hand against the back of his turban and felt, beneath the silk, something stir. Chapter 2, Snake Among Lions. The Slytherin common room was underwater. Harry had known this from Blaise's research, the dungeons, the lake, the green-tinged light, but knowing and seeing were different things. He stood in the entrance and let himself absorb it, the low stone ceiling, the carved serpents winding along the walls, the tall windows looking out into the murky depths of the black lake where, even now, something large and tentacled drifted past like a slow, curious ghost. It was cold. Not the dry cold of the training room in Florence, but a damp, heavy cold that seeped through stone and settled in your bones. The furniture was dark leather, the lamps were green, and the overall effect was of being inside a very elegant tomb. "Charming," Blaise murmured beside him. The prefect leading the first years, a fifth year named Gemma Farley with sharp cheekbones and a sharper voice, was giving the standard welcome speech. Rules of Slytherin House. Unity. Ambition. Present a united front to the rest of the school. Don't get caught. Harry was only half listening. He was watching the other first years. Draco Malfoy had positioned himself at the center of the group, flanked again by the two large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry remembered, and was projecting an air of ownership that suggested he considered the common room his personal drawing room. Theodore Nott stood slightly apart, thin and watchful, the kind of boy who saw everything and said nothing. Pansy Parkinson had attached herself to Draco's orbit and was watching Harry with open curiosity. Daphne Greengrass stood alone, her face a mask of perfect, practiced indifference that was, Harry recognized, a performance of considerable skill. Tracy Davis, Millicent Bulstrode, and a few others filled out the year. Harry catalogued them quickly, backgrounds, family affiliations, potential usefulness, and filed the information away. The dormitory was better than the common room. 6 beds, each with heavy green curtains for privacy, arranged around a central space with enough room to move. Harry's trunk was already at the foot of the bed nearest the door, a position he'd have chosen anyway, since it gave the best access to the exit. He unpacked with methodical efficiency. Books on the shelf above the bed. Clothes in the enchanted wardrobe. His visible potion supplies, the ones that wouldn't raise questions, arranged neatly in the trunk's upper compartment. The less visible supplies stayed in a hidden compartment that Valentina's best ward crafter had built into the trunk's false bottom. The knife went under his pillow. Habit. So. Draco Malfoy leaned against the bedpost next to Harry's, arms crossed, trying to look casual. Harry Zabini. Draco Malfoy. There's a rumor going around. Already? We've been here an hour. The Weasley boy, the redhead at the Gryffindor table, he told half the train that you're Harry Potter. Harry finished hanging his robes and turned to face Malfoy. The other boys in the dormitory had gone still, pretending not to listen while listening intently. Even Blaise had paused his own unpacking, though his face gave nothing away. I was born Harry James Potter, Harry said, because there was no point in denying it and denial was a weak man's strategy. My parents were killed when I was 15 months old. I was adopted by Valentina Zabini and raised in Italy. I've been Harry Zabini for 10 years. If people want to call me the boy who lived, that's their business. It doesn't change who I am. Silence. Then Malfoy said, carefully, the boy who lived. In Slytherin. Is that a problem? For me? No. A thin smile. For the rest of the school? It might be. Then the rest of the school will need to adjust. Nott spoke for the first time, from his bed across the room. His voice was soft, almost diffident, but his eyes were sharp. The Gryffindors will hate it. They think you belong to them. Potter was a Gryffindor. Everyone assumed wrong. Harry sat on his bed and pulled his legs up, settling cross-legged with his back against the headboard. I'm not my birth parents, and I'm not a symbol. I'm a Slytherin because that's where I belong. Anyone who has a problem with that can come talk to me about it. Something in the way he said it, not aggressive, not threatening, just calmly, absolutely certain, changed the temperature of the room. Harry watched it happen, the moment when his dorm mate stopped seeing the famous name and started seeing the person behind it. He saw calculation in Malfoy's eyes, reassessment in Nott's, and something that might have been the beginning of genuine interest in Blaise's carefully amused expression. Well, Malfoy said, pushing off the bedpost. This year just got considerably more interesting. You have no idea, Blaise said, and turned out his light. Harry lay in the dark for a long time, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the castle, the creak of ancient stone, the distant rush of water, the soft breathing of 5 other boys. Through the window above his bed, the lake pressed against the glass like a living thing, and somewhere in its depths, something bioluminescent pulsed slow green and gold. He thought about his mother, alone in the villa, probably sitting in her study with a glass of wine and a stack of intelligence reports. He thought about the look on Dumbledore's face at the sorting. He thought about Snape's eyes, dark and unreadable, fixed on him like Harry was something that had risen from a grave. He thought about the stirring he'd felt in his scar when he'd looked at Quirrell, that faint, whispering pressure that his occlumency had locked away but that was still there, scratching at the inside of his skull like a rat behind a wall. Something was wrong with Quirrell. Something was wrong in this castle. Harry closed his eyes and fell asleep the way Valentina had taught him, quickly, completely, with one hand on his knife. He woke at 5, 2 hours before most students would stir. The dormitory was still dark, the other boys sleeping. Harry dressed in silence, pulled on running shoes, muggle shoes, infinitely more practical than wizarding boots, and slipped out. The castle was different at dawn. Quieter, but not silent. Hogwarts was never truly silent. The portraits murmured in their frames, the suits of armor shifted their weight, and somewhere in the walls, the ancient magic hummed like a low, constant note that Harry could feel in his teeth. He ran the corridors for an hour, mapping the castle as he went. Every staircase, every shortcut, every hidden passage. By the time the rest of the school was waking up, he'd covered 4 of the 7 floors and had identified 6 routes from the Slytherin common room to the Great Hall, 3 to the Astronomy Tower, and 2 to the 3rd-floor corridor that was, according to Dumbledore's feast night announcement, forbidden to anyone who didn't wish to die. Harry wished to understand what was worth dying for. That was different. He returned to the dormitory, showered, dressed in school robes, and was seated at the Slytherin table eating breakfast by the time the first owl post arrived. Nero, his eagle owl, brought a letter from Valentina. It was written in Italian and coded, their standard cipher, a polyalphabetic system that Valentina had adapted from a 16th-century Venetian spy network. Decoded, it read, Diggory has reported. The ministry is in chaos. Fudge wants a public statement. Dumbledore has written to me directly. I have responded through my solicitor. Watch Snape. Watch Quirrell. Trust the Greengrass girl, her grandmother was a friend. I love you. Destroy this letter. Harry read it twice, memorized the contents, and vanished the parchment with a flick of his wand. Across the table, Blaise raised an eyebrow. Harry tapped his left ear twice, their signal for later, in private, and returned to his eggs. The Morning Post had another effect. The Daily Prophet's front page, visible on a dozen tables across the hall, carried a headline that Harry could read from across the room, Boy Who Lived Found, Harry Potter Alive, and at Hogwarts the hall was louder than usual. People were staring. Not subtly, turning in their seats, pointing, whispering. A group of Gryffindor girls was actually standing up to get a better look. Harry ate his breakfast and ignored it all with an ease that came from long practice. Valentina had taken him to ministry functions and high society events since he was 7. Being stared at was a professional skill. The Weasley twins are taking bets on whether you're actually Harry Potter or an imposter, Blaise reported, scanning the room with the casual thoroughness of a surveillance expert. The Ravenclaws are debating the legal implications of the adoption. And Hermione Granger is trying to get the attention of the girl next to her and failing because the girl is staring at you. And the staff table? Dumbledore's not there. Snape is, and he hasn't touched his food. He's watching you. McGonagall is speaking to Flitwick, she looks agitated. And Quirrell just knocked over his goblet for the 2nd time. Harry glanced at Quirrell. The man was mopping up pumpkin juice with one hand, the other pressed against his turban. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, and Harry's scar gave a sharp, hot pulse that he suppressed with a clench of mental focus. Yes. Definitely something wrong with the defense professor. First class of the day was charms, with tiny Professor Flitwick. Harry arrived early, took a seat in the second row, visible but not conspicuous, and waited. Blaise sat beside him. Daphne Greengrass took the seat on Harry's other side, which was interesting, because she'd been positioned across the common room last night and hadn't spoken to him once. Greengrass, Harry said. Zabini, she replied, pulling out her textbook with precise, economical movements. Or do you prefer Potter? I prefer Harry, if we're going to be sitting next to each other. We are. I've decided. She opened her textbook to the correct page without checking the syllabus, which meant she'd read ahead. My grandmother asked me to introduce myself. Apparently she and your mother have an understanding. They do. Valentina's letter. Trust the Greengrass girl. And what do you think of that understanding? She looked at him. Her eyes were blue-gray, cool, assessing, the eyes of someone who had been taught to evaluate before engaging. I think my grandmother is usually right about people. And I think Slytherin House needs someone who isn't Draco Malfoy at its center. That's very direct for someone I've known for 30 seconds. I don't have time for indirectness. We're 11. We're in the most politically volatile house in the school. And you're the most famous wizard of our generation. Directness is efficient. Harry looked at her for a long moment, and then he laughed. A real laugh, surprised out of him, the kind that made Blaise glance over with a look of genuine surprise because Harry Zabini did not laugh easily. All right, Daphne, he said. Sit next to me. Flitwick arrived and began the lesson. Wand theory, basic movements, the foundations of charm casting. Harry already knew all of it, the Zabini education covered this material at age 8, but he listened attentively, because Flitwick was, according to Valentina's notes, a former dueling champion and a genuinely brilliant wizard, and brilliant wizards always had something to teach even when the subject was elementary. What Harry noticed, though, was Flitwick himself. The tiny professor taught with infectious enthusiasm, demonstrating wand movements with a precision that spoke of decades of practice, but his eyes kept finding Harry. Not staring, Flitwick was too professional for that, but checking. Confirming. The way you'd look at a package you'd been told contained something extraordinary, trying to see through the wrapping. When the class practiced the basic wand lighting charm, Lumos, Harry produced a light so bright it cast sharp shadows across the entire classroom, steady and controlled, without any visible effort. Flitwick's eyebrows nearly left his forehead. Exceptional, Mr. Zabini. 5 points to Slytherin. Have you practiced this before? Extensively, Professor. I can see that. Flitwick's eyes twinkled, not the calculated twinkle of Dumbledore, but the genuine delight of a teacher encountering talent. Perhaps you might demonstrate the variant. The focused beam. Harry adjusted his intent, and the light narrowed to a pencil-thin beam that he directed across the room, hitting the far wall with a bright, precise dot. It was a fourth-year application of the charm, and the classroom went silent. Remarkable, Flitwick breathed. 10 points to Slytherin. Daphne glanced at Harry sideways. Showing off. Establishing baseline, Harry murmured. Different thing. Next was Transfiguration with McGonagall. The Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry was legendary, and Harry felt it the moment he walked into the classroom, a subtle tension, two groups of 11-year-olds already primed by centuries of institutional antagonism to view each other as enemies. McGonagall was a cat on her desk when they arrived. She transformed as the last student sat down, an impressive bit of theater that got gasps from most of the class. Harry didn't gasp. He'd seen Valentina do more complex transformations at the breakfast table. But he respected the skill. Animagus transformation was rare, difficult, and useful. He'd asked Valentina about it once, she'd said it was on the curriculum for when he was 15. Transfiguration, McGonagall said, her Scottish accent sharpening every consonant, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. Her eyes swept the room and lingered on Harry for a fraction of a second longer than anyone else. She knew who he was. Of course she did, she'd been there the night he was left on the doorstep. She'd argued with Dumbledore about it, if the stories were true. Harry met her gaze steadily and saw something complicated move behind her stern expression. She set them the task of turning a match into a needle. Most students struggled. Hermione Granger, across the aisle, managed a partial transformation after 20 minutes, turning her match silver and pointed. McGonagall awarded Gryffindor 5 points. Harry turned his match into a needle on the first try. Not a partial transformation, a complete, perfect needle, sharp enough to draw blood, glinting silver under the classroom lights. The room went quiet again. Harry was getting used to that. McGonagall picked up the needle, examined it, and set it down. Full marks, Mr. Zabini. I have not seen a first year achieve a complete transformation on the first attempt in 40 years of teaching. Thank you, Professor. She looked at him. He looked at her. Something passed between them, not words, not legitimacy, just a moment of mutual recognition. I know who you are, her eyes said. I was there. I know you were, his eyes said back. We'll talk about that someday. Class, continue practicing, McGonagall said, turning away. But her voice was slightly unsteady, and Harry saw her hands tremble as she gripped the edge of her desk. At lunch, the whispers had escalated to open discussion. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was at Hogwarts, sorted into Slytherin, raised in Italy by the notorious Black Widow of wizarding Europe and performing magic that most seventh years couldn't manage. The story was mutating as it spread, growing more elaborate with each retelling. By midday, Harry had apparently dueled Dumbledore at the sorting, killed a troll on the train, and was secretly Voldemort's son. I particularly enjoy the troll one, Blaise said, spooning soup. It adds drama. Give it a week. I'll have supposedly conquered a small country. You laugh, but Mother did that once. Technically it was a principality. San Marino doesn't count. Across the Great Hall, at the Gryffindor table, a cluster of redheads was watching Harry with undisguised fascination. The twins, Fred and George, according to Blaise's notes, seemed more amused than hostile. The younger one, Ron, looked like he'd swallowed something unpleasant. And at the far end of the Gryffindor table, sitting alone with a book and a plate of sandwiches, Hermione Granger was watching Harry too. But her expression wasn't fascination or hostility. It was something more thoughtful, more careful, as though she was trying to solve an equation and Harry was the variable she couldn't pin down. Harry caught her eye and raised his goblet slightly. She flushed and looked down at her book. Making friends across enemy lines? Daphne asked from beside him. Making connections. There's a difference. In Slytherin, there's not much of one. Then Slytherin needs to broaden its perspective. Daphne gave him a look that was half disapproving and half intrigued. You're going to be trouble, Harry Zabini. So I've been told. Generally right before I'm proved right. The afternoon brought history of magic, a class taught by a ghost, which Harry found conceptually fascinating and practically useless, since Professor Binns was the single most boring instructor he'd ever encountered, and he'd once sat through a 4-hour lecture on 14th-century Venetian word theory delivered in Latin by a 90-year-old wizard who spoke exclusively in monotone. Harry spent the lesson studying the textbook independently, reading 3 chapters ahead while Binns droned about goblin rebellions. Beside him, Blaise was doing the same. Around them, most of the class had glazed over or fallen asleep. Then came the class Harry had been thinking about since morning. Defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell. The classroom smelled of garlic, heavy, almost nauseating, a smell that would mask other smells. Harry noted this clinically. Garlic was a common folk remedy against dark magic, but it was also, in sufficient quantity, a reliable olfactory screen. If you wanted to hide the magical signature of something dark, something parasitic, for instance, something that lived on the back of your head beneath a turban. A room full of garlic would do nicely. Quirrell was already at the front of the class when they arrived. He was younger than Harry had expected, maybe 30, with a pale, nervous face and a stutter that might have been convincing if Harry hadn't been trained by Valentina Zabini. The stutter was fake. Harry knew it within 30 seconds. The rhythm was wrong. A genuine stammer had patterns, repeated consonants, blocks, prolongations. Quirrell's stutter was too regular, too evenly distributed, applied like paint over perfectly fluent speech. It was a performance. A good one, by British standards. By Zabini standards, it was amateur. Welcome to D-Defense against the D-Dark Arts, Quirrell said, and Harry watched his hands. Steady. No tremor. A man genuinely afflicted with the kind of nervous anxiety Quirrell was performing would have unsteady hands. Quirrell's were rock solid. Good evening, students. This year we'll be covering the basics of defensive magic, Professor, Harry said. Quirrell stopped. The class turned. Harry was leaning back in his chair, his expression pleasant, his eyes very, very attentive. Why yes, Mr. Zabini. Harry Zabini. He let the name land. Watched Quirrell's reaction, a flicker, quickly suppressed, in the muscles around his eyes. I was curious about your specialty. I understand you spent a year traveling abroad, studying dark creatures and defensive techniques in the field. Albania, wasn't it? Something changed in Quirrell's face. Just for an instant, a half-second where the nervous, stuttering professor vanished and something harder, colder looked out through his eyes. Then it was gone, and the mask was back. Why yes, Albania, among other places. It was quite an experience, Mr. Zabini. I'm sure it was. Harry smiled. I've read that Albania has some particularly interesting dark magical history. Ancient sites. Residual presences. The sort of thing that might attract someone very powerful, or very desperate. The classroom was silent. Quirrell stared at Harry, and behind the performance, behind the garlic and the stutter and the turban, Harry felt his scar pulse, a deep, hot throb like a heartbeat in the wrong place. Perhaps we can discuss Albanian magical history after class, Quirrell said, and the stutter was thicker now, more pronounced. Compensating. For now, please open your textbooks to Chapter 1. Harry opened his textbook. Beside him, Blaise was very carefully not looking at anyone, which was his way of communicating that he'd noticed everything Harry had just done and wanted to discuss it urgently but not here. The lesson proceeded. It was, as Harry had expected, basic to the point of insulting, material he'd covered at age 7. But he participated, answered questions, demonstrated the disarming charm when asked, with a precision that made several students flinch, and was, to all appearances, a model student. But he kept watching Quirrell. And Quirrell, despite the stutter and the garlic and the show of nervous incompetence, kept watching him back. After class, Harry and Blaise walked the corridor toward the dungeons in silence until they were certain they were alone. He's possessed, Harry said. Blaise didn't argue. He didn't need to. The thing in your scar. It reacted to him. To whatever's under the turban. It's not Quirrell, Quirrell is the vessel. Something's riding him. Harry touched his forehead absently. And I think we both know what. The Dark Lord. Blaise said it flatly, without drama. They'd both grown up knowing this was a possibility, that Voldemort wasn't truly dead, that the scar connected Harry to something unfinished. He's here. In the school. In the school that's also hiding something valuable enough to warrant a three-headed dog behind a locked door. Blaise stopped walking. How do you know about the three-headed dog? Ran the third-floor corridor this morning. The lock on that door is pathetically simple, I had it open in 12 seconds. Didn't go in, obviously. But I could hear it breathing. 3 distinct sets of respiratory rhythm. Cerberus, or something like it. And behind the Cerberus? Something Dumbledore once protected. Something Quirrell, or whatever swearing Quirrell, wants badly enough to spend a year infiltrating a school. They reached the common room entrance. Harry spoke the password, Serpentine, and the stone wall slid open. "We need more information," Blaise said as they entered. "If the Dark Lord is in the castle, then the most dangerous place in magical Britain is our school," Harry finished. "And we're exactly where Mother wanted us to be." "You say that like it's comforting." "It is. Mother doesn't put us in danger. She puts us where the danger is, because she trusts us to handle it. There's a difference." The first week established patterns. Harry dominated every class without apparent effort. He didn't showboat, that would have been crass, and Valentina hadn't raised him to be crass, but he didn't hold back either. When a spell needed casting, he cast it perfectly. When a question needed answering, he answered it completely. When a potion needed brewing, he brewed it flawlessly, and this last part brought him into direct collision with Severus Snape. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, a cold, stone room lined with jars of specimens that Snape clearly intended to be unsettling. Harry found them quaint. He'd grown up in a villa where the potion stores included things that would make Snape's collection look like a child's chemistry set. Snape swept into the room like a man who'd practiced the entrance, robes billowing, face arranged in an expression of permanent displeasure. He took the register, paused at Harry's name, and looked up. Their eyes met, and Harry saw it, the same thing he'd seen in McGonagall, but rawer, more ragged. Not just recognition. Pain. This man had loved his mother. This man looked at Harry's green eyes and saw the woman he'd lost, wearing the face of the man he'd hated. Harry felt something shift inside him. Not sympathy, exactly. Understanding. "Ah," Snape said, and his voice was silk over broken glass. "Mr. Zabini. Our new celebrity." The Slytherins watched. The Gryffindors, they shared this class, watched harder. "Sir," Harry said, politely. "Tell me, Mr. Zabini. You come to us from Italy, where the potion-making tradition is supposedly superior." The sneer was almost physical. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draft of living death." A standard question designed to embarrass first-years who hadn't read ahead. Harry almost smiled. "The draft of living death, sir. Though the standard recipe is flawed, the Italian method substitutes valerian root for the saprophyros bean in the third stage, which produces a more stable compound with a longer shelf life." Silence. Snape's eyes narrowed. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. Though a synthetic bezoar can be produced using concentrated essence of dittany and powdered grapehorn horn, which is more effective against complex poisons. I can provide the recipe if you're interested." More silence. Deeper silence. The kind of silence that happens when an entire room realizes they're watching something they weren't supposed to see. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also called aconite. Genus Aconitum. Harry paused. "I grow it, sir. On my windowsill. It's quite useful, in the right concentrations." Snape stared at him. The classroom held its breath. 10 points to Slytherin, Snape said, and it sounded like it was pulled from him against his will, not because the answer was wrong, but because the boy giving it had his mother's eyes and spoke about poisons with the casual expertise of someone who'd been trained by a woman Snape's intelligence files had flagged as one of the most accomplished poisoners in Europe. The brewing practical was even more telling. Snape set them a simple boil-cure potion, child's play, barely above kitchen chemistry. Harry brewed it in half the allotted time, then spent the remaining period refining it, adjusting the consistency and potency until the final product was several grades above what the textbook described. Snape examined the potion without comment. But his hand lingered on the vial, and when Harry looked up, he caught something on Snape's face that wasn't contempt or pain but something closer to wonder, quickly buried. He sees her in me, Harry thought. Not my face, my hands. The way I work. After class, Snape said, "A word, Mr. Zabini." The other students filed out. Blaise hesitated at the door, but Harry shook his head fractionally. "Go, I'll be fine," and Blaise left with the careful reluctance of someone leaving a brother in a snake pit, which was appropriate given the decor. Snape waited until the door closed. Then his mask slipped, just slightly, the sneer softening into something more human, more tired. "Your mother," he said. "Your birth mother. She was gifted at potions." "I know. She was the most talented student I ever taught alongside." A pause. "We were friends, once." "I know that too." Snape's jaw tightened. "What exactly did Valentina Zabini tell you?" "Everything." Harry met his gaze without flinching. "That you and my mother grew up together. That you were close. That you called her a word you shouldn't have, and she never forgave you. That you went to the Dark Lord's service, and when he targeted her, you went to Dumbledore. That you've spent the last 10 years playing spy and punishing yourself, and that Dumbledore uses your guilt like a leash." The color drained from Snape's face. "She had no right, she had every right. She's my mother. She told me the truth about my life, which is more than Dumbledore would have done." Snape's hand gripped the edge of his desk so hard his knuckles went white. Harry watched the internal battle, the fury, the grief, the defensive instinct to lash out, and waited for it to resolve. "You have her eyes," Snape said finally, and his voice was barely audible. "So I'm told." "And his arrogance." "I wouldn't know. I never met him." A silence stretched between them, heavy and strange. Two people connected by a dead woman, standing in a cold dungeon, trying to find the shape of whatever this was going to be. "I'm not your enemy, Professor," Harry said quietly. "But I'm not your redemption project, either. I'm not Lily Evans's son the way you need me to be. I'm Valentina Zabini's son. If you can accept that, we might have something to talk about." Snape said nothing for a long time. Then, very stiffly, "Get out of my classroom, Zabini." Harry got out. But at the door, he paused. "The potion I brewed today. The refinements I made to the boil cure, the technique isn't in any British textbook. It's from the Florentine method. If you're interested, I have the source text. I'd be happy to lend it." He left before Snape could respond. But he'd seen the flicker, curiosity, despite everything. A potions master being offered knowledge he didn't have. It was, Harry knew, the closest thing to an olive branch Snape would recognize. Valentina had taught him that the best alliances were built on mutual utility, not mutual affection. Give a man what he needs, and he'll forgive you for being what he fears. The weekend brought the first real test. Harry was in the library, not studying, but mapping. Hogwarts' library was enormous, poorly organized by Italian standards, and contained an entire restricted section that was laughably easy to access if you knew the right disillusionment charm. He was deep in the stacks, pulling texts on Hogwarts ward systems, when someone stepped around the corner and blocked his path. A boy. Older, 4th year, maybe 5th. Broad-shouldered, wearing Gryffindor robes and an expression that suggested he'd been working himself up to this. "You're Potter," the boy said. "I'm Zabini." "You're Potter. And you're in Slytherin." He said it the way you'd say you have a disease. "My uncle died fighting Death Eaters. You know whose people. And the boy who lived goes and gets himself sorted into their house." Harry set down his book. He was aware, peripherally, of other students watching from nearby tables. He was also aware that the boy's wan hand was twitching, not reaching, not yet, but thinking about it. "I'm sorry about your uncle," Harry said, and meant it. "The war cost a lot of families a great deal. Don't you talk to me about the war." The boy's voice was rising. "My mum cried when she heard you were alive. She thought you'd be in Gryffindor, where you belong. Where your parents were. And instead you're down in the dungeons with the children of the people who, I'm where the Sorting Hat put me. I'm where I chose to be. Harry's voice was level, unhurried. And I'd think carefully about the next words out of your mouth, because you're about to say something you can't take back. The boy reached for his wand. Harry didn't reach for his. He didn't need to. He moved. 3 steps, fast and fluid, closing the distance before the boy's fingers had closed on the handle. His hand came up and pressed against the boy's wrist, not striking, not hurting, just applying pressure to the nerve cluster on the inside of the forearm that Valentina had shown him when he was 7. The boy's hand went numb. His wand clattered to the floor. Harry picked it up. He examined it briefly, ash wood, unicorn hair, decent quality, and handed it back. I'm not your enemy, Harry said, exactly as he'd said to Snape. But I'm not your symbol either. If your mother wants to know that the boy who lived is alive and well and grateful for the sacrifices her family made, you can tell her that. But you don't get to decide who I am because of what house I'm in. The boy stared at him. His face was red, his eyes were wet, and Harry could see the war in him, the anger, the grief, the confusion of having the world rearranged. Harry recognized it. It was the same look he'd seen in the mirror when he was 8, after Valentina told him the truth. My name's Harry, he said, more gently. What's yours? Cormac. Cormac McLaggen. Nice to meet you, Cormac. I hope your mum is well. He picked up his book and walked away. Behind him, he heard McLaggen pick up his wand and heard the shaky breath of a boy trying to figure out what had just happened. Around the library, the watching students slowly returned to their work, but the whispers had already started. By dinner, the story had evolved. The Gryffindor version had McLaggen confronting the evil Slytherin imposter and being hexed. The Slytherin version had Harry disarming a Gryffindor without using magic. The Ravenclaw version, characteristically, was the most accurate. Harry didn't correct any of them. Valentina had a rule about rumors: never deny. Never confirm. Let people build whatever narrative serves you, and only intervene when they build one that doesn't. You could have just hexed him, Daphne said at dinner, sitting beside him in what was rapidly becoming her permanent position. I could have. Then he'd have been a victim. Now he's confused. Confusion is more useful than victimhood. You think like a Zabini. I am a Zabini. She studied him. My grandmother was right about you. What did she say? That you'd be the most interesting thing to happen to Hogwarts in 50 years. She paused. She also said not to fall in love with you, because Zabini men are catastrophically bad for one's health. Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman. She survived 3 assassination attempts before she was 40. She's the wisest woman I know. Daphne reached for the bread. After your mother, apparently. Across the table, Draco Malfoy was watching this exchange with an expression that Harry found instructive. Not jealousy, not exactly. More the dawning recognition that the social hierarchy he'd assumed would form, with himself at its apex, was instead forming around someone else entirely. It wasn't just Harry's fame, it was the gravity of his competence, the easy authority that came from being genuinely dangerous and genuinely kind in the same breath. Malfoy was smart enough to see it. The question was whether he was smart enough to adapt. Monday of the second week brought the moment Harry had been waiting for. He was summoned to the headmaster's office after dinner. A note delivered by Owl, written in purple ink on cream parchment, politely requesting his presence. The password to the gargoyle was included, sherbet lemon, which Harry found either charming or calculated, depending on how generous he was feeling. He went alone. Blaise wanted to come, but Harry shook his head. This is between me and him. If I'm not back in an hour, right, Mother? If you're not back in an hour, Mother will already know. The gargoyle leapt aside at the password, and Harry rode the spiral staircase upward, studying the walls as he went. Portraits of former headmasters. Most were pretending to sleep. A few watched him with open curiosity. One, Phineas Nigellus Black, if Harry placed him correctly, actually sat up and straightened his robes. The office was exactly as described in the files, round, cluttered with silver instruments that whirred and puffed, lined with bookshelves, dominated by a large desk behind which sat Albus Dumbledore. And on a golden perch beside the desk, a phoenix. Harry stopped. Not because of Dumbledore, he'd prepared for Dumbledore. He stopped because the phoenix was the most beautiful living thing he'd ever seen, and because the moment it saw him, it launched from its perch and flew to his shoulder. The weight was warm and light. The bird's feathers were like liquid fire against his cheek. It trilled, a single, clear note that resonated in Harry's chest like a struck bell, and Harry felt his acclimacy barriers tremble. Not breached. Not attacked. Just, warmed. As though someone had opened a window in a closed room and let in sunlight. "Fawkes seems to like you," Dumbledore said. "That is rather unusual. He is typically quite reserved with strangers." Harry looked at the phoenix on his shoulder. The phoenix looked back with eyes like liquid gold. He felt an extraordinary pull, something deep and instinctual, magic recognizing magic. Then he looked at Dumbledore. The old man was seated behind his desk, hands folded, half-moon spectacles perched on his long nose. He was smiling. The twinkle was at full power, warm, inviting, the smile of a grandfather welcoming a beloved child home. Harry wasn't fooled. But he appreciated the craftsmanship. "Please, sit," Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chair across from the desk. "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you." Harry sat. Fawkes remained on his shoulder, which seemed to interest Dumbledore immensely. "You wanted to see me, Headmaster." "I did." Dumbledore's eyes moved over Harry's face with an intensity that was almost physical. "Harry, may I call you Harry?" "Of course. Harry. I must confess, I have been looking forward to this conversation for some time. Since the moment I received Amos Diggory's report, in fact." A pause. "Though in truth, I have been looking for you considerably longer than that." 10 years, Harry said. 10 years. The twinkle dimmed slightly. "You know, then, about the night I left you with the Dursleys. My mother told me everything." "Your mother?" Dumbledore's voice was careful. "Valentina Zabini." "Yes. A remarkable woman, by all accounts." "By any account." Another pause. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, and Harry watched him recalibrate. The old man had prepared for this conversation, that was obvious. He'd had 10 years to plan what he'd say to the lost boy who lived. But he'd planned for a child. For someone who'd either grown up ignorant of the wizarding world or, at best, had been raised with a partial picture. He hadn't planned for this. For a boy who sat in his chair with perfect posture and a phoenix on his shoulder and eyes that gave nothing away. "I imagine you have questions," Dumbledore tried. "Several. But they can wait." "Can they?" "The immediate ones have already been answered. I know who I am. I know what the scar means. I know about the prophecy." For the first time, something genuine cracked through Dumbledore's mask. Surprise. Real surprise, quickly controlled but unmistakable. "You know about the prophecy. My mother is very thorough." "Apparently so." Dumbledore removed his spectacles and cleaned them on his sleeve, a habitual gesture, Harry recognized, that gave him time to think. "May I ask what else she has told you?" "You may ask." The distinction between "you may ask" and "I will answer" hung in the air between them. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles and regarded Harry with an expression that was shifting, degree by degree, from grandfatherly warmth to something more real. Something closer to respect. "You are not what I expected," Dumbledore said. "People rarely are." "No." A small, almost rueful smile. They rarely are. He leaned forward. Harry, I want you to understand something. The night I left you at the Dursleys, I did so because I believed it was the safest place for you. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection, a powerful blood ward, that would shield you from Voldemort and his followers as long as you lived with someone who shared Lily's blood. I know. And it would have worked, if my aunt had been willing to take me in. But you didn't ask her, did you? You didn't give her a choice. You left a baby on a doorstep with a letter and assumed the best. Dumbledore was silent. My mother found me there, Harry continued. At 1 a.m, in November, on cold stone. She was driving past and felt the magic. She picked me up and took me home. I've had a good life, headmaster. I've been loved, educated, and prepared for what's coming. But that doesn't change the fact that I was left on a doorstep like a bottle of milk. It was a mistake, Dumbledore said quietly. I know that now. I knew it within the year, when the Dursleys had no memory of receiving a child and the blood wards never activated. I spent a very long time searching for you, Harry. Not long enough. Not well enough. No. Dumbledore met his eyes. Not well enough. It was, Harry acknowledged, as close to a genuine apology as a man like Dumbledore could offer. He filed it away, not as forgiveness, but as information. I'm here now, Harry said. At Hogwarts. In Slytherin. Your ward. Until I'm of age, you have a duty of care over me during term time. I acknowledge that, and I'll respect the school's rules where they're reasonable. And where they're not, I'll use my judgment. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry felt another brush of legitimacy, stronger this time, a real probe, not just a casual sweep. His barriers held. Dumbledore felt them hold, and something like admiration flickered across his face. You have been taught a clemency. Among other things. By whom? My mother. Valentina Zabini is an Eclumens. Valentina Zabini is many things, headmaster. I'd recommend not trying to catalogue them. You'll run out of parchment. For a moment, just a moment, Dumbledore laughed. A real laugh, startled and genuine, and Harry saw the man behind the legend, old, brilliant, lonely, burdened with more guilt and responsibility than any single person should carry. Not a villain. Not quite a hero. Something more complicated, and therefore more dangerous. Very well, Harry, Dumbledore said, sobering. I will not pretend that this situation is what I planned. You were supposed to, but no. What I planned no longer matters. You are here, and you are clearly not a child who needs my guidance in the way I anticipated. I need your honesty, Harry said. That's what I need from you. Honesty. Tell me about the third-floor corridor. Tell me what you're hiding. Tell me why you brought it to a school full of children. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry felt the temperature of the conversation shift. They were in it now, the real conversation, the one beneath the pleasantries. What makes you think I'm hiding something? The announcement at the feast. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. That's not a warning, headmaster. That's an invitation. You told a castle full of curious children that something deadly was behind a locked door. You wanted someone to investigate. You wanted to see who was drawn to it. Dumbledore said nothing. There's a Cerberus behind that door. I can hear it breathing. Whatever it's guarding is valuable enough to warrant that level of protection, which means it's valuable enough that someone wants to steal it. Someone in this castle. Still nothing. But Dumbledore's eyes were very, very bright. You know who it is, Harry said. You know about Quirrell. The silence stretched. The silver instrument's word. Fawkes, still on Harry's shoulder, trilled softly. You are, Dumbledore said at last, the most extraordinary 11-year-old I have ever met. You haven't answered my question. No. I haven't. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. And I'm not going to. Not because I don't trust you, Harry, though trust between us is, I recognize, something that must be built rather than assumed. But because there are things in motion that I have spent a considerable time arranging, and your intervention, however well-intentioned, could disrupt them. Things in motion. With Quirrell. I will say only this, I am aware of the situation. It is being monitored. And the object being guarded is safe. For now. For now, Dumbledore agreed. I ask only that you trust my judgment in this matter. I know that is a significant ask, given our history. It is. Will you grant it? Harry considered. He turned the situation over in his mind, examined it from multiple angles the way Valentina had taught him. Dumbledore was asking him to stand down. Not permanently, the old man was too smart for that. He was asking for time. Time to run whatever game he was running, to let whatever trap he'd set play out. It was, Harry recognized, a reasonable request from a man playing a longer game. It was also, potentially, a ploy to keep Harry passive and controllable. I'll give you until Christmas, Harry said. If the situation with Quirrell isn't resolved by then, I resolve it myself. My way. Something in Dumbledore's expression suggested that my way implied methods the headmaster would prefer not to contemplate. And what is your way, Harry? You don't want to know. Harry stood. The phoenix on his shoulder trilled once more and flew back to its perch. Thank you for the conversation, headmaster. I appreciate the honesty you offered, and I look forward to more of it. As do I. Dumbledore rose as well. Harry, one more thing. Yes. Your mother. Lily. The old man's voice softened, and for a moment he looked every one of his 150 years. She would have been very proud of you. Regardless of what house you're in. Regardless of who raised you. She would have looked at you and seen someone worth dying for. It hit harder than Harry expected. He'd armored himself against Dumbledore's manipulation, against the grandfatherly warmth and the calculated vulnerability. But this felt real. Not because of Dumbledore, but because of the truth in it. His birth mother had died for him. No amount of Zabini training, no number of poison kits or combat techniques, could change the weight of that. Thank you, Harry said, and his voice was steady because he'd trained it to be, but something behind his eyes wasn't. He left the office, descended the spiral staircase, and walked back to the dungeons through a castle that was settling into nighttime quiet. Torches flickered in brackets. Portraits snored in their frames. A ghost, the Bloody Baron, Slytherin's resident spirit, drifted past and inclined his head to Harry with an old-fashioned courtesy that suggested he'd been watching the new Slytherin first year with interest. Blaise was waiting in the common room. Daphne was there too, reading by the fire, though she looked up when Harry entered and her eyes asked the question her mouth didn't. He's playing a game, Harry said, dropping into the chair beside Blaise. A long one. Quirrell, the third-floor corridor, all of it, he set a trap and he's waiting for it to spring. And us? Blaise asked. He asked me to stay out of it. Will you? Harry stared into the greenlit fire, watching the flames dance over logs that never burned down, a permanent enchantment, one of thousands that made the castle run, the accumulated magic of a millennium of witches and wizards who had lived and taught and died within these walls. Until Christmas, he said. After that, we do things our way. Daphne turned a page of her book. I don't suppose you'd like to tell me what your way involves. Not yet. But eventually. If you earn it. She looked at him over the top of her book, and for a moment the Ice Queen mask slipped and he saw something underneath, not warmth, exactly, but heat. Ambition. The desire to be part of something bigger than the petty politics of schoolchildren. I intend to, she said, and went back to reading. Harry sat in the Slytherin common room with his brother and his newest ally, in a castle full of secrets and sleeping children, with a fragment of a Dark Lord scratching at the inside of his skull and the most powerful wizard in Britain upstairs, and he felt, for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Not safe. Valentina had never promised him safe. But ready. Chapter 3, The Art of Poison. October came to Scotland like a slow exhalation, the air thickening with mist and the ground softening into mud and amber. The Black Lake turned the color of slate, and the forbidden forest, always dark, became something deeper, a wall of shadow pressed against the edge of the grounds like a held breath. Harry barely noticed the season. He was too busy dismantling the social architecture of Slytherin House. It wasn't deliberate, not entirely. He hadn't walked into the dungeons with a plan to restructure the internal hierarchy of the most politically complex house at Hogwarts. But Harry was a Zabini, and Zabinus occupied the center of any room they entered the way water occupied a glass, naturally, completely, because the shape of things demanded it. Within 3 weeks of term, the first-year Slytherins had silently reorganized themselves around him. Not through intimidation, not through bribery, but through the simple, gravitational pull of competence. Harry was the best duelist, the best potioneer, the best student in nearly every class. He was also, and this mattered more than the rest combined, genuinely likable. He remembered names. He helped with homework without condescension. He listened when people talked, and he responded with the kind of focused attention that made you feel, for the duration of the conversation, like the only person in the world. Valentina had taught him this. Charisma is not charm, she'd said. Charm is performance. Charisma is making people feel seen. Anyone can perform. Very few can truly see. Draco Malfoy was struggling with it. Not openly, Draco was too well-bred for open struggle. But Harry could read the signs, the way Draco's jokes landed slightly flat when Harry was in the room, the way his eyes tracked Harry during meals, the way he deferred, grudgingly, unconsciously, to Harry's opinions during common room discussions. The boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts expecting to rule Slytherin had discovered that the throne was already occupied, and he was handling it with about as much grace as an 11-year-old could manage, which was to say, not very much. The confrontation came on a Tuesday evening, in the common room, over something trivial. They were discussing the upcoming Quidditch tryouts. Slytherin's team captain, Marcus Flint, had posted a notice that morning, and Draco was holding court about his flying skills. He'd been flying since he was 4, his father had bought him the latest broom, he could outfly anyone in the year. "You should try out, Harry," Daphne said from her chair by the fire, not looking up from the essay she was writing. She said it casually, which meant she'd said it deliberately. "I'm considering it," Harry said. Draco's expression tightened. "First years don't make the team. It's never happened." "Things that have never happened aren't the same as things that can't happen," Harry replied. He was stretched out on a sofa, reading a text on advanced ward theory that he'd smuggled out of the restricted section 3 nights ago. "But you're right, it's unlikely. I might wait until next year." "You fly?" Draco asked, and the question was layered, half challenge, half genuine curiosity. "I fly. Not as much as you, probably." The academia focused more on dueling than sport. Dueling. Draco seized on this. "Father says Italian dueling is all flash and no substance." Harry lowered his book. Across the room, Blaze's head came up. Several other Slytherins stopped what they were doing, sensing the shift in atmosphere the way animals sense a coming storm. "Your father says a lot of things about Italy," Harry said. "I'm starting to wonder if he's ever actually met an Italian." "My father, Draco." Harry sat up. His voice was the same, pleasant, conversational, but something underneath it had changed. A stillness. The kind of quiet that preceded action. "I like you. I think you're smart, and I think you have potential. But every time we talk, your father's opinions come out of your mouth, and I'm not interested in having a conversation with Lucius Malfoy by proxy." The common room was very quiet. "What do you think?" Harry continued. Not your father. You. About Italian dueling, about Quidditch, about anything. What's the Draco Malfoy opinion? Draco stared at him. His face had gone through its usual color changes, pale to pink to pale again, and his hands were clenched at his sides. Harry watched him process the challenge, watched the internal war between conditioned reflex, my father says, and something newer, more personal, that was trying to grow in the space between. I think, Draco said slowly, that I'd like to see you duel. Harry smiled. Any time. Now. The common room held its breath. Harry looked at Draco, really looked, past the bluster and the breeding and the desperate need to be important, and made a decision. All right, he said. Training room. Blaze, you referee. The Slytherin common room had a small practice space, nothing like the Zabini training room, just a cleared area near the back wall where older students occasionally practiced hexes. Harry and Draco faced each other across 10 feet of stone floor while Blaze stood to the side and the rest of the first years arranged themselves along the walls. Standard rules? Draco asked, wand already drawn. What are standard rules? Disarm or incapacitate. No unforgivables, obviously. No, those aren't rules. Those are limitations. Harry drew his wand, the fluid forearm sheath deployment that always made people blink. Here's what we'll do. You cast whatever you want, whenever you want. I'll respond. We stop when one of us can't continue. That's not, Draco. You wanted to see me duel. This is how I duel. Draco's jaw set. He raised his wand, and Harry saw the calculation. The boy had been trained, that was obvious. Private tutors, probably, the kind that pureblood families hired. His stance was technically correct, his grip was firm, and when he cast with genuine force. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm was well executed. Clean, focused, with enough power behind it to knock a wand from most first year's hands. It crossed the 10 feet between them in a heartbeat. Harry sidestepped it. Not shielded, sidestepped. A half step to the left, minimal movement, letting the spell pass close enough that he felt the wind of it on his cheek. He didn't counterattack. Again, he said. Draco fired 3 more spells in quick succession, a stinging hex, a leglocker jinx, a knockback jinx. All competent. All well aimed. Harry dodged the first 2 and caught the third on a shield that he cast wordlessly, the barrier appearing and vanishing in the same instant, using only as much magic as necessary to deflect the incoming energy. You're not fighting back, Draco said, breathing harder. Not yet. Fight back. Ask nicely. Draco snarled and threw everything he had, a barrage of hexes and jinxes, some of which Harry recognized as borderline dark, the kind of spells that a boy from Draco's background would know but would never have been taught in school. They came fast and hard, and some of them were genuinely dangerous. Harry moved through them like water around stones. He didn't stand still, he flowed, shifting his weight, turning his body, letting spells pass through the space he'd occupied a half-second before. He shielded when he had to and dodged when he could, and he didn't cast a single offensive spell, because the point wasn't to beat Draco. The point was to show him the gap. When Draco finally paused, chest heaving, wand arm trembling with exertion, Harry was standing exactly where he'd started. Unmoved. Unwinded. His wand at his side, almost casual. You're good, Harry said, and he meant it. Better than most first years. Probably better than some third years. Your reflexes are sharp, your spell selection is varied, and your instinct under pressure is solid. Draco stared at him, still panting. But you telegraph. Your shoulder drops before you cast, left shoulder for jinxes, right for hexes. You commit to each spell fully, which means there's a gap between castings where you're vulnerable. And you fight angry, which means the longer a duel goes, the less precise you get. The common room was dead silent. Those are fixable, Harry continued. All of them. If you want, I can show you. Draco's wand hand was still shaking. His face was flushed, his hair was falling in his eyes, and he looked, for the first time since Harry had met him, like an actual 11-year-old instead of a miniature politician. The mask was gone, stripped away by exertion and frustration and the bone-deep shock of encountering someone who was simply, inarguably better. Why? Draco asked. Why would you help me? Because you asked to see me duel, and you didn't back down when you saw I was better. That takes guts. And because strong allies are more useful than weak enemies. The word hung in the air. Allies. Not friends, Harry was careful about that distinction. Not followers. Allies. Equals, or something approaching it. Draco lowered his wand. He looked at Harry for a long time, and Harry could see the gears turning, the recalculation, the reassessment. The boy who'd been raised to lead was being offered something he hadn't expected, a chance to learn from someone worth learning from. Fine, Draco said. Show me. Harry showed him. For the next 40 minutes, he worked with Draco on the shoulder telegraph, demonstrating the correction, a subtle shift in casting posture that divorced the preparation from the execution. Draco was a quick learner, frustrated but focused, and by the end of the session he'd reduced the tell by half. When they finished, Draco extended his hand. Harry took it. I still think Italian dueling is flashy, Draco said. It is. That's what makes it fun. They shook. And something shifted in the Slytherin hierarchy, not a revolution, but a rearrangement. Draco Malfoy was no longer competing with Harry Zabini for the top position. He was, tentatively and with significant reservations, accepting a different role. One that might, in time, prove more valuable than the one he'd imagined for himself. Blaise, who had refereed the entire duel without saying a word, caught Harry's eye as they returned to their dormitory. That was well done, he said quietly. It was necessary. Both things can be true. Harry grinned. You sound like Mother. There are worse people to sound like. The next morning, Harry found Hermione Granger waiting for him outside the Great Hall. She was holding a stack of books that was nearly as tall as she was, her hair was escaping its braid in several directions at once, and she had the expression of someone who had been running calculations all night and had arrived at a result she didn't like. I need to talk to you, she said. Good morning to you too, Hermione. Good morning. I need to talk to you. Harry steered her to an alcove off the main corridor, away from the stream of students heading to breakfast. Blaise, reading his mood, continued into the hall without comment. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, exactly. She chewed her lip. It's just, I don't have anyone to talk to. In Gryffindor. The girls in my dormitory think I'm, and the boys just, Ron Weasley told me I was a nightmare yesterday and I know I can be a lot sometimes but I'm just trying to learn and everyone acts like that's something to be ashamed of and, Hermione. Harry put his hand on her shoulder, and she stopped. Her eyes were bright, and he could see the effort it was taking her not to cry. Who called you a nightmare? Ron Weasley. In charms. I was trying to help him with the levitation charm and after class he told Seamus Finnegan that it was no wonder I didn't have any friends. Harry filed this information. He filed the name, the context, and the way Hermione's voice cracked on the word friends. Weasley's wrong, Harry said. You have friends. You have me. She blinked. But you're in Slytherin. Last I checked, friendship wasn't house restricted. Everyone says Slytherins and Gryffindors don't. Everyone says a lot of things that are wrong. I'm not everyone. He picked up 2 of the books from her stack so she could actually see over the top. Come eat with us. At the Slytherin table? There's no rule against it. I checked. There was, as it turned out, no rule against it, but the reaction when Hermione Granger sat down at the Slytherin table was roughly equivalent to what Harry imagined would happen if a cat walked into a dog kennel. The Slytherin stared. The Gryffindors stared harder. Even the staff table registered the anomaly. McGonagall's eyebrows rose, and Snape's descended, and somewhere in between, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with what might have been amusement or calculation or both. Hermione sat between Harry and Blaise, ramrod straight, clutching her pumpkin juice like a shield. "Hermione Granger," Harry said to the table at large. "First in our year in charms. She'll be joining us for breakfast." Daphne, seated across from them, studied Hermione for a moment. "Muggle-born?" "Yes," Hermione said, chin lifting. "Relax. I'm asking because my grandmother's research suggests Muggle-born magical cores are structurally identical to pure-blood ones, and I want to know if you've noticed any subjective differences in your casting." Hermione stared at Daphne. Then she stared at Harry. Then she set down her pumpkin juice and launched into a detailed analysis of her magical experience that lasted 20 minutes and left Daphne genuinely interested and Blaise surreptitiously taking notes. By the end of breakfast, Hermione had been invited to study with the Slytherin first years 3 times a week, had promised to share her charms notes with Daphne, and had relaxed enough to actually eat a piece of toast. "You're collecting people," Blaise said to Harry as Hermione left for herbology, looking lighter than she had all term. "I'm recognizing value." "Same thing, the way you do it." "Is that a criticism?" "It's an observation. Mother collects people too. The question is whether you collect them because they're useful or because you actually care." Harry watched Hermione disappear around a corner, her stack of books restored to its full, precarious height. "Both," he said. "I don't see why it has to be one or the other. Mother would say the caring part is a vulnerability. Mother would also say that vulnerabilities, properly managed, become strengths. She married 5 men, Blaise. She didn't just use them. She loved them, in her way. The love was real. The poison was also real. Both things can be true." Blaise gave him a look that was half admiring and half worried, and they went to class. October deepened, and Harry deepened his investigation. The third-floor corridor was a puzzle, and Harry did not leave puzzles unsolved. He'd promised Dumbledore until Christmas, and he intended to honor that promise, but honor and passivity were different things. He could stay out of Dumbledore's way while still understanding the board. The Cerberus was the first layer. Through careful listening, enhanced by the hearing charm Valentina had taught him, the same Senegalese spellwork she used, Harry determined that the creature was standing on something hollow. A trapdoor. Whatever was being guarded was below, not behind. He began mapping the castle's underground architecture, cross-referencing his nightly explorations with references from Hogwarts, a history and the structural schematics he'd found in the restricted section. The castle was layered, centuries of construction built on top of older construction, all of it threaded through with passages, chambers, and spaces that didn't appear on any official map. Blaise handled the intelligence side. He was better at it than Harry, more patient, more methodical, with an instinct for patterns that Harry's more action-oriented mind sometimes missed. He tracked Quirrell's movements through the castle, mapping the defense professor's routines, his deviations, his meetings with other staff. "He goes to the third-floor corridor every Thursday night," Blaise reported during one of their private sessions in the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement was a discovery Harry had made in his second week, during one of his pre-dawn runs. He'd been on the 7th floor, thinking intently about needing a private place to train, when a door had materialized in a previously blank wall. The room beyond had configured itself into a perfect replica of the Zabini training room, complete with obstacle course and dueling strips. Harry had kept this discovery between himself and Blaise. Some advantages were too valuable to share. "Every Thursday," Harry repeated. "Consistent? Like clockwork." He leaves his office at 11, takes the long route through the 4th floor, avoiding the main corridors, and spends approximately 15 minutes near the door. Then he returns. 15 minutes. Not long enough to get past the Cerberus. Not without knowing how. He's studying the defenses. Learning the pattern. Blaise pulled out a piece of parchment covered in his neat handwriting. I've also tracked his correspondence. He receives owls every Tuesday and Friday from an address I can't identify. The letters are worded. But his body language after reading them is instructive. How so? Tuesdays he's agitated. Fridays he's calmer. Whatever instructions he's receiving, there's a rhythm, pressure and release. Someone is managing him. Voldemort. Harry said it flatly. Riding him like a horse, pulling the reins. The metaphor is apt, if grotesque. Harry leaned against the wall of the room of requirement. He'd configured it tonight as a study space, warm, well-lit, with a large table covered in notes and maps. The room provided whatever you needed, which Harry found both incredibly useful and slightly unnerving. A castle that read your mind was a castle that could be exploited. What about the thing being guarded? He asked. Any progress? Some. Blaise pulled a book from his bag, A History of Alchemical Achievements, and opened it to a marked page. Nicholas Flamel. Harry looked at the page. A portrait of an ancient, serene-looking wizard with eyes that sparkled with a vitality that belied his apparent age. Flamel. The alchemist. The alchemist. Creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Currently 665 years old, and the only known producer of the elixir of life. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry straightened. Dumbledore's hiding the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. It fits. Flamel is a known associate of Dumbledore's. They collaborated on alchemy research decades ago. The stone was removed from Gringotts Vault 713 on July 31st, the day Hagrid took something from that vault during the failed break-in. Someone tried to break into Gringotts and failed. That was in the Prophet. Same day. Same vault. Too much coincidence. Harry processed this. The Philosopher's Stone. An object that produced the elixir of life, the ability to cheat death. And Voldemort, who feared death above all things, was inside the castle, riding a professor like a puppet, trying to reach it. He wants to come back, Harry said. Not just survive, come back. Fully. A body of his own. The stone would give him that. Which means Dumbledore knows. He moved the stone here deliberately. He's using it as bait. Bait for Quirrell. For Voldemort. Harry shook his head. He's using a school full of children as the backdrop for a trap. Does that surprise you? No. But it confirms something Mother always said about him: he sees the greater good, and he's willing to sacrifice the lesser good to achieve it. Individual safety, individual lives, are abstractions to him. Acceptable losses. And us? Are we acceptable losses? Harry met his brother's eyes. Not to each other. Never to each other. They sat in the room of requirement and planned, two boys who had grown up learning that the world was a chessboard and survival belonged to the players who saw the most moves ahead. Outside, the castle slept, and 1,000 years of magic hummed in the stones, and somewhere on the third floor, a three-headed dog stood guard over an object that could bring the dead back to life. Halloween arrived with the smell of pumpkin and the electric charge of anticipation that British wizards apparently reserved for the holiday with the same fervor that Italians reserved for Christmas and poisonings. Harry didn't like Halloween. He'd never liked it. October 31st was the anniversary of his birth parents' murder, and while he'd made his peace with it, Valentina had raised him to process grief as data, not as paralysis. The date still carried a weight that pumpkins and floating candles couldn't quite disguise. He went to classes. He performed. He smiled when expected and participated when required. But Blaise saw through it, because Blaise always saw through it, and at lunch he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and said nothing, which was exactly the right thing. The feast was in the evening. The great hall was decorated absurdly: live bats, floating jack-o'-lanterns, enchanted cobwebs that had the real spiders feeling territorial. Harry sat between Blaise and Daphne and ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere. He was thinking about Lily Potter. Not the abstract figure, the brave witch who died for her son, the symbol, the sacrifice. The real woman. The one who'd laughed at a ministry party in 1979, who'd collected people by being alive, who'd stood in front of a killing curse and chosen death because the alternative was unthinkable. He wondered if she'd approve of who he'd become. He suspected the answer was complicated. He was pulled from his thoughts by the doors of the great hall slamming open. Quirrell ran in. Not the stuttering, nervous Quirrell of the classroom, this Quirrell was gray-faced and wide-eyed, and when he spoke, the stutter was real for once, born of genuine terror. Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know, he collapsed. The hall exploded. Screaming, shoving, the instant chaos of 300 children confronting a threat they'd only read about in textbooks. Dumbledore's voice cut through it, amplified, commanding, ordering prefects to lead students to their dormitories. Harry didn't move. The rest of the Slytherin table was rising, following the prefects, heading for the dungeons. Their dormitory was in the dungeons. Where the troll was. Blaise, Harry said, his voice cutting through the noise. The Slytherin dormitories are in the dungeons. Blaise went pale. And Dumbledore just sent us straight toward the troll. He sent everyone to their dormitories. Gryffindor Tower, Ravenclaw Tower, Hufflepuff basement, all fine. Slytherin dungeons, straight into the path of a 12-foot mountain troll. Oversight or indifference? Does it matter? It did not. Harry was on his feet, wand in hand, pushing against the flow of panicking Slytherins. Everyone stop. Prefects, take the house to the library. It's 3 floors up and has only one entrance, which is easier to defend than the dungeon corridors. Gemma Farley stared at him. Dumbledore said dormitories. Dumbledore forgot we live in the dungeons. Library. Now. Move. Something in his voice, the command, the absolute certainty, cut through her hesitation. She turned and began herding Slytherins toward the stairs. Draco, to his credit, immediately started helping, physically steering younger students in the right direction. Daphne, go with them, Harry said. Where are you going? To deal with the troll. Harry, go. She went. Blaise didn't. Don't even think about telling me to leave, Blaise said. Wouldn't dream of it. They moved through the castle against the current of fleeing students, heading down while everyone else headed up. The corridors emptied rapidly as classrooms and common rooms absorbed the population, and within minutes Harry and Blaise were alone in the darkening halls of the lower floors. Harry tracked the troll by smell before sound. Mountain trolls stank, a thick, biological reek of rotting meat and unwashed skin that he could detect from 3 corridors away, even without the enhanced hearing charm. The smell was coming from the first-floor corridor, near the girls' bathroom. Not the dungeons. It's moved, Harry said. Or it was never in the dungeons to begin with. Quirrell lied. Quirrell created a diversion. He wanted the school in chaos, the staff scattered, and the third-floor corridor unguarded. Harry paused. But the troll is real, and it's near the girls' bathroom, and, a scream. High, terrified, unmistakably human. Harry ran. He rounded the corner and took in the scene in a single, trained glance. The girls' bathroom. Doors smashed inward. The troll, 12 feet of gray, lumpy muscle, small head, massive club, was inside, swinging wildly at the stalls. Porcelain shattered. Water sprayed from broken pipes. And cowering against the far wall, soaking wet and white with terror, was Hermione Granger. She hadn't gone to the feast. Harry realized it in a flash. She'd been upset, probably still stinging from Weasley's comments, hiding in the bathroom. She didn't know about the troll. She was alone and trapped, and the thing was raising its club for a swing that would turn her into a smear on the bathroom wall. Harry didn't think. He acted. His wand came up and he cast 3 spells in the space of a heartbeat. The first was a concussion hex, the same one he'd used on Valentina in practice, but at full power, a blast of compressed air that hit the troll in the side of the head and staggered it sideways. The second was a cutting curse, precise and vicious, that slashed across the troll's weapon hand and severed the tendons. The club clattered to the floor. The third was a blasting curse aimed at the troll's right knee, and the crack of shattering bone was audible even over the sound of rushing water. The troll screamed. It was a horrible sound, pain and rage and animal confusion, and it swung blindly with its remaining good arm, catching the edge of a stall and sending shrapnel flying. Harry ducked, rolled, came up casting. Incarcerus. Blaze's voice, from the doorway. Ropes erupted from his wand and wrapped around the troll's legs, tangling, tightening. The creature stumbled, off balance, its shattered knee unable to support its weight. Harry finished it. He stepped forward, wand raised, and cast a spell that was not in any Hogwarts textbook, a targeted paralysis curse from the Italian combat tradition, designed for large magical creatures. It hit the troll in the center of the chest, and the massive body locked, every muscle rigid. The troll toppled like a felled tree, hitting the bathroom floor with an impact that cracked the tiles and sent a wave of water sloshing against the walls. Silence. Except for the hiss of broken pipes and Hermione's ragged breathing. Harry crossed the bathroom in 3 strides and crouched beside her. Hermione. Are you hurt? She was shaking. Her eyes were huge, her face was white, and she was staring at the fallen troll with an expression of absolute, disbelieving terror. I was just, you're safe. It's down. It's not getting back up. She looked at him. Her mouth moved. No sound came out. Then she lunged forward and wrapped her arms around his neck and held on like he was the only solid thing in a dissolving world. Harry held her. He was not, by nature, a hugger. Physical affection in the Zabini household was rare, reserved, and generally involved knives, but Hermione was shaking so hard he could feel her teeth chattering, and some instincts were deeper than training. You're all right, he murmured. You're all right. I've got you. Footsteps. Many of them, running. The staff arriving, belatedly, drawn by the noise of a collapsing troll. McGonagall came through the door first, wand drawn, face white, followed by Snape and, last, looking disheveled and not at all surprised, Quirrell. McGonagall stared at the scene. An unconscious troll. 2 11-year-old boys, one of whom was holding a weeping girl. A bathroom that looked like a bomb had hit it. What on earth? The troll was attacking Hermione, Harry said, still holding her, his voice calm and clear. She didn't know about it, she was in the bathroom. We dealt with it. You dealt with, McGonagall looked at the troll. At its shattered knee. At the ropes binding its legs. At the rigid paralysis holding every muscle. Her expression shifted from shock to something more complex. Mr. Zabini, what spells did you use? A concussion hex, a cutting curse, a blasting curse, and a paralysis curse. Blaze used Incarcerus. A cutting curse. Snape's voice, cold and sharp. He'd moved to the troll and was examining the severed tendons in its hand. This is not a first-year spell. No, sir. It's not. Where did you learn it? At home. Snape and Harry looked at each other across the ruined bathroom, and something passed between them, not the complicated grief of their previous encounters, but a simpler, more professional recognition. Snape was looking at the troll. At the precision of the cuts. At the clinical, efficient pattern of incapacitation. And he was realizing, perhaps for the first time, exactly what raised by Valentina Zabini meant in practice. 20 points to Slytherin, McGonagall said, her voice slightly unsteady. Each. 4, for sheer dumb luck, if nothing else. It wasn't luck and everyone in the room knew it, but Harry appreciated the diplomatic fiction. Quirrell was hovering by the door, doing his nervous act, but Harry caught the moment when the defense professor's eyes flickered to his, a split second of cold, calculating assessment that had nothing to do with concern for student safety and everything to do with measuring a threat. Yes, Harry thought, meeting that gaze. Now you know what I am. Good. Hermione was escorted to the hospital wing by McGonagall. Harry and Blaise were sent back to their dormitory, or rather, to the library, where the Slytherin house was still assembled, having followed Harry's redirected instructions. Gemma Farley looked relieved when they walked in. The troll? She asked. Handled. The word rippled through the room. Handled. 2 first-years had handled a mountain troll. By the time the Slytherins were finally led back to the dungeons, the troll had been confirmed to never actually have been there. The story was already calcifying into legend. Harry sat on his bed in the dormitory, finally alone with Blaise, and let the adrenaline drain. Quirrell let the troll in, he said. Obviously. He let a troll into a school full of children to create a diversion so he could try to get past the Cerberus. Yes. Children could have died. Hermione would have died if we hadn't, I know. Harry's hand was shaking. Not from fear, he'd been trained past fear. From anger. A cold, precise anger that Valentina would have recognized and approved of, because it wasn't the hot, stupid kind that made you do rash things. It was the kind that made you plan. Christmas, he said. I told Dumbledore until Christmas. I'm starting to think that's too generous. What do you want to do? Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling, where the lake pressed against the enchanted windows and the slow, green light played across the stone. I want to find out exactly what protections are between that trapdoor and the stone. I want to map them, understand them, and know how to bypass every single one. And when the time comes, I want to get to Quirrell before Quirrell gets to the stone. And do what? Whatever's necessary. Blaise was quiet for a moment. Then, Mother would be proud. Mother would say I'm being emotional. Both things can be true. The aftermath of the troll was instructive. The school's reaction split along predictable lines. The Gryffindors were annoyed. The boy who lived had saved a Gryffindor student, but he'd done it as a Slytherin, which complicated their narrative. The Ravenclaws were analytically impressed, debating the spell combinations and calculating the magical output required. The Hufflepuffs were simply grateful that no one had been hurt. The Slytherins were galvanized. Their first year had taken down a mountain troll. Not with dark magic, not with forbidden spells, but with clean, efficient combat casting that demonstrated a level of skill most Slytherin 7th years couldn't match. For a house that prided itself on superiority, this was intoxicating. Draco's response was particularly telling. He didn't posture or try to diminish the achievement. He came to Harry the next morning, sat down across from him at breakfast, and said, "Teach me that cutting curse." "No," Harry said. Draco's face tightened. "Why not?" "Because you're not ready. You don't have the control yet, you'd hurt yourself or someone else." Harry took a sip of coffee. He'd introduced the Slytherin table to espresso, courtesy of a care package from Valentina, and was slowly converting his housemates from the British barbarism of tea. "But you will be ready, eventually. Keep training. I'll teach you when you're there." It was, Blaise noted privately, a masterful piece of management. Denial that motivated rather than alienated. A promise that rewarded patience. Valentina would have approved. Hermione's response was different. She found Harry between classes the day after the troll, pulled him into an empty classroom, and hugged him again, briefly, fiercely, without warning. "Thank you," she said, stepping back, her chin set at an angle that dared him to be awkward about it. "You saved my life. You'd have done the same." "I absolutely would not have. I'd have frozen and died. I know that. I'm not going to pretend otherwise." She took a breath. "I want to learn. What you did, the spells, the way you moved, all of it. I want you to teach me. I'm already teaching half of Slytherin. Then teach a Gryffindor too." I don't care about houses, Harry. You told me on the train not to let people make me feel lesser because of my blood. I'm telling you now, don't let houses make us lesser either. Harry looked at her. Behind the bushy hair and the slightly too large teeth and the frantic energy, there was something iron. A core of will that, once set, would not bend. He'd seen it in Valentina. He'd seen it in himself. He recognized it the way a blacksmith recognized good steel. All right, he said. Tuesdays and Thursdays. After dinner. I'll find us a room. The room of requirement, he decided, would work nicely for two. November arrived. The weather turned bitter, the kind of Scottish cold that seemed designed to punish people for living there. Harry continued his morning runs, adding layers of warming charms and ignoring the looks from the rare early risers who spotted him doing laps around the castle at 6 in the morning. His routine had crystallized into something sustainable. Mornings, physical training and exploration. Classes, domination without ostentation. Afternoons, individual study and potion work, which he conducted in the room of requirement, configured as a replica of his Florence workshop. Evenings, tutoring sessions with various combinations of Slytherin first years and Hermione, plus his private investigation of the third-floor protections. He wrote to Valentina weekly, in cipher. Her responses were characteristically concise and characteristically useful. Fudge has sent 3 formal inquiries. My solicitor is earning his retainer. Dumbledore wrote again, more personal this time. He is concerned about your emotional welfare. I wrote back asking if he'd been concerned about it when you were on the doorstep. He has not replied. The Malfoy boy is a potential asset. His father is a liability. Keep the son close but give the father nothing. If Lucius Malfoy writes to you directly, forward the letter to me. Your potion work sounds excellent. The compound you described, the paralytic with the suggestibility gradient, finish it. We may need it. And, always, at the end, I love you. Be careful. Be ruthless. Come home whole. Neville Longbottom became an unexpected addition to Harry's growing circle. The boy was a puzzle. He was, by every objective measure, mediocre, his spell work was clumsy, his confidence was shattered, and his magical output was a fraction of what it should have been. But Harry, who'd been trained to see past surfaces, noticed things. The way Neville's magic surged in herbology, where his hands were in soil and his mind was calm. The way his remembrall lit up like a firework, suggesting a density of forgotten things that spoke to memory charms or suppressed trauma. The way his wand, a hand-me-down from his father, Harry learned, fought him on every spell. Your wand's wrong, Harry told him one afternoon. They were in the courtyard, and Harry had been watching Neville struggle with a simple levitation charm for 10 minutes. It's not matched to you. The core and the wood are fighting your magic instead of channeling it. Neville flushed. It was my dad's. I know. And your father was a powerful wizard. But that doesn't mean his wand will work for you. The wand chooses the wizard, Neville. Your father's wand chose your father. Gran says, your grandmother loves you. She also, I suspect, loved your father, and she wants you to carry his legacy. That's natural. But his legacy isn't in a piece of wood. It's in you. Harry held out his hand. May I? Neville hesitated, then passed over the wand. Harry held it, turned it, felt the magic inside, powerful, yes, but tuned to a different frequency, a different magical signature. Trying to cast through this wand would be like trying to sing through someone else's throat. Get a new wand, Harry said, handing it back. Write to your grandmother. Tell her you need one that's matched to you. If she argues, tell her that her son would have wanted his son to succeed, not to struggle with a handicap. She'll be furious. She'll be furious for a day and proud for a lifetime. Trust me. Neville looked at the wand. He looked at Harry. Something in his round, uncertain face solidified, and Harry saw, just for a moment, a flash of the man this boy might become. "I'll write tonight," Neville said. "Good." Neville wrote. His grandmother sent a howler. Then, 3 days later, she sent money for Ollivanders and a note that read, "Your friend has more sense than your uncle and me put together. Get the wand." When Neville returned from his Hogsmeade trip with a new wand, cherry and unicorn hair, 10 inches, and cast a perfect levitation charm on the first try, the look on his face was worth more than anything Harry could have put in a vault. The weeks compressed. November became a rhythm: classes, training, investigation, the slow accumulation of knowledge and alliances. Harry learned the castle's secrets the way he'd learned the Zabini villas, thoroughly, systematically, with the understanding that environment was either a weapon or a trap, depending on how well you knew it. He identified 11 secret passages, for hidden rooms, not counting the room of requirement, and one corridor on the 6th floor that appeared to exist in 2 places simultaneously and which he strongly suspected was a spatial anomaly caused by a botched expansion charm sometime in the 14th century. He mapped the patrol routes of every ghost, every professor, and Filch the caretaker, whose movements were so predictable they could be charted on a schedule. He also, during a particularly productive evening in the restricted section, found a reference to the protections guarding the Philosopher's Stone. The book was old, a treatise on magical security systems written by a Hogwarts professor in the 1800s. It described the standard protocol for multi-layered object protection within the castle, a series of challenges or obstacles, each designed by a different member of staff, creating a gauntlet that no single attacker could bypass without knowledge of every defense. Each professor contributes a protection based on their specialty, Harry told Blaise and Daphne in the room of requirement. He'd brought Daphne in 2 weeks ago, after she'd demonstrated, through a series of increasingly impressive deductions about the political dynamics of the school, that she was too smart to leave on the outside. The Cerberus is Hagrid's. There'll be something from Sprout, probably a plant-based obstacle. Something from Flitwick, charms. McGonagall, transfiguration. Snape, potions. And Dumbledore himself. And Quirrell? Daphne asked. Quirrell contributed a defense too. Which means he knows the nature of his own obstacle and can bypass it. He just needs to solve the others. And us? Blaise asked. If we need to go through, we need to solve them too. But we have an advantage Quirrell doesn't. What's that? We're not desperate. Quirrell is on a timeline, whoever's riding him is getting impatient. Desperate people make mistakes. We can take our time, plan properly, and move when the moment is right. Daphne leaned back in her chair, studying the notes spread across the table. You're talking about going through those protections. Getting to the stone before Quirrell does. If Dumbledore's trap doesn't spring in time, yes. That's insane. That's preparation. She looked at him for a long time. You know, when my grandmother told me to befriend you, I assumed it would be a political alliance. Useful connections, shared resources, the usual pure-blood arrangement. And instead I'm sitting in a hidden room planning a heist with 2 boys who were raised by the most dangerous woman in Europe and who think taking on a possessed professor is a reasonable Tuesday. It's actually a Thursday, Blaise said. Daphne's mouth twitched. I should be running in the other direction. But you're not, Harry said. No. She squared her shoulders. I'm not. What do you need me to do? Research. The protections. We need to know everything about the specialties of every professor involved. Sprout's favorite plants, Flitwick's most complex charms, McGonagall's preferred transfiguration challenges. Snape's potion work, I'll handle, I know his style better than anyone. And Dumbledore's protection? That's the one I'm worried about, Harry admitted. Dumbledore's the most powerful wizard alive. Whatever he's used as the final defense, it won't be something you can overpower. It'll be something clever. Something lateral. Something that relies on character rather than ability, Blaise suggested. That's how Dumbledore thinks, tests of virtue, not tests of skill. Exactly. Which means we need to think about what quality Dumbledore would consider essential. What trait he'd build his defense around. The three of them sat in the room of requirement, surrounded by books and notes and the quiet hum of a castle that was older than any of their families, and they planned. Outside, the first snow of the year began to fall on the grounds of Hogwarts, turning the world white and cold and new. Harry watched it through the window the room provided, and thought about his mother's words, "Be careful. Be ruthless. Come home whole." He intended to do all three. The letter from Lucius Malfoy arrived on the last day of November. It was addressed to Harry, delivered by an eagle owl of obviously expensive breeding, and written on parchment that probably cost more per sheet than a house elf earned in a year. The handwriting was precise, elegant, and controlled, the penmanship of a man who considered even his correspondence a performance. Dear Mr. Zabini, I write to introduce myself and to express my pleasure at learning that my son Draco has found a worthy companion in his first year at Hogwarts. The Zabini name is, of course, well known to those of us who value the old traditions, and your mother's reputation is the subject of considerable admiration in certain circles. I would be delighted to extend an invitation for you to visit Malfoy Manor during the Christmas holidays. Draco speaks highly of you, and I believe we share certain perspectives on the future of the wizarding world that might benefit from discussion. With warmest regards, Lucius Malfoy. Harry read it twice, then passed it to Blaise. Fishing expedition, Blaise said immediately. He wants to assess you in person. Determine whether you're an asset, a threat, or a tool. All three, probably. Harry took the letter back. Forward to Mother. Immediately. Valentina's response arrived the next morning, in cipher, declined politely. Cite family obligations. Do not visit Malfoy Manor, the wards there are keyed to Lucius, and I don't want you inside a space he controls. Keep the son close. The father will come to us eventually, and it will be on our ground. Harry wrote a gracious, perfectly calibrated decline that left the door open for future contact while giving Lucius Malfoy nothing concrete to work with. He showed it to Daphne before sending it. It's good, she said, reading it over. Very diplomatic. Very Italian. Is that a compliment? From a greengrass? Always. She handed it back. The Malfoys are coming into play earlier than I expected. Lucius doesn't usually move this quickly. He's worried. His son is in someone else's orbit, and that someone else is the boy who lived raised by a woman Lucius can't buy, threaten, or control. He needs to establish whether I'm aligned with him or against him. And which are you? Harry sealed the letter and attached it to Nero's leg. The eagle owl nipped his finger affectionately and launched from the windowsill into the grey Scottish sky. Neither, he said. I'm aligned with my family. Everyone else is negotiable. Daphne studied his profile as he watched the owl disappear. You know, she said, my grandmother told me not to fall in love with you. So you mentioned. I'm beginning to understand why she felt the warning was necessary. Harry looked at her. She looked back, ice-blue eyes steady, her expression precisely controlled except for the faintest ghost of color along her cheekbones. Your grandmother is a wise woman, Harry said. The wisest. Daphne stood, gathered her books, and paused at the door. Christmas is in 3 weeks. If you're staying at the castle, I'll stay too. My family will understand. You don't have to. I know. That's why the offer means something. She left. Harry sat in the quiet of the common room, and for just a moment, let himself feel something that wasn't strategy or analysis or preparation. Something warmer, more uncertain, more human. Then he locked it down, because there was work to do and a Dark Lord to deal with and Christmas was coming and he promised Dumbledore a deadline and he intended to keep it. He pulled out his potion notes and went back to work. Chapter 4, Blood in the Water. December settled over Hogwarts like a siege. The cold was a living thing, it came through the stone walls, through the enchanted windows, through every crack and seam in the ancient castle until even the warming charms layered into the common room furniture couldn't quite keep up. The lake froze in patches, dark ice forming geometric patterns against the windows of the Slytherin dormitory, and the grounds disappeared under snow so deep that Hagrid's hut looked like a mound of white earth with a chimney. Harry ran through it anyway. 5:30 every morning, warming charms on his clothes and a silencing charm on his feet, circling the castle in the blue-gray pre-dawn while the rest of the school slept. The cold sharpened his thinking. The solitude fed something he needed. On the third morning of December, he wasn't alone. Snape was standing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, wrapped in a black cloak, watching the tree lean. He didn't turn when Harry approached, but Harry saw the slight shift in his posture, awareness, readiness, the body language of a man who always knew who was behind him. "Mr. Zabini." Snape's voice was flat. "You're out before curfew lifts." "Curfew lifts at 6. It's 5:47. I'm within 13 minutes of compliance." "Don't be clever." "I thought that was the point of being in Slytherin, sir." Snape turned. His face was drawn, darker than usual, and there was a tightness around his eyes that spoke of sleepless nights. But what Harry noticed, because Valentina had trained him to notice these things, was that Snape was favoring his right leg. Slightly. Barely perceptible. The kind of favoring that meant injury, not habit. "You're hurt," Harry said. Snape's expression shuddered. "I am not, right leg." "You're compensating. The way you're standing puts your weight on the left, which means the injury is above the knee, probably the thigh. Bite wound, given the depth of the compensation. Something with multiple puncture points." Harry paused. "The Cerberus." The silence that followed was so complete Harry could hear the snow falling. "You went through the third-floor door," Harry continued, keeping his voice neutral. "Recently. Last night, probably. You were checking the protections. Making sure the stone is still there." Snape stared at him. The cold wind pulled at his cloak, and his dark eyes were unreadable, but his jaw was tight and his hand, hanging at his side, was clenched. "How much do you know?" Snape asked, and the question was stripped of his usual acid. It was a real question, asked by a real person, and Harry recognized the shift. "Enough. The Philosopher's Stone. Flammel. Quirrell. What's riding him?" Something flickered across Snape's face. Fear, quickly suppressed. Not fear for himself, fear of confirmation. "You know what's inside Quirrell." "Voldemort. A fragment of him, at least. Parasitic. Probably attached to the body, feeding on it." Harry watched Snape flinch at the name and didn't soften. "He's been inside the school since September, and you and Dumbledore have been watching him, waiting for him to make his move. The Cerberus bite, you went to check the defenses because something spooked you. Something changed." Snape was silent for a long time. Snow gathered on his shoulders, in his hair. He looked, in that moment, less like a professor and more like a soldier, tired, carrying weight, fighting a war that never quite ended. "Dumbledore knows," Snape said finally. "He has the situation under control." "With respect, sir, Dumbledore's definition of under control includes allowing a possessed professor to teach children for an entire term. Dumbledore sees the greater good." "I know. My mother has a phrase for that approach, spending other people's lives to buy your own peace of mind." Snape's mouth twisted. "Your mother has a phrase for everything. She's earned them." Another silence, but this one was different. Warmer, somehow, despite the snow. Two people who understood the same danger, standing in the same cold, temporarily aligned by circumstance. "The Cerberus responds to music," Snape said abruptly. "It falls asleep." Harry absorbed this. "You're telling me how to get past the first defense." "I'm telling you a fact about a magical creature. What you do with it is your concern." Snape pulled his cloak tighter. Don't go through that door, Zabini. Not yet. Dumbledore has a plan. Dumbledore's plan uses children as bait. Dumbledore's plan keeps the Dark Lord contained and observable. If he moves too soon, the Dark Lord flees and we lose track of him. If he moves too late, Snape stopped. If he moves too late, Voldemort gets the stone and comes back. Yes. They looked at each other. Teacher and student, spy and assassin's son, two people standing in the gray space between Dumbledore's plan and Voldemort's ambition. I'll wait, Harry said. But not forever. And I want something in return. You're not in a position to negotiate. I'm always in a position to negotiate. The thing I want is simple: if you know something is about to happen, if Quirrell makes his move, you tell me. Not Dumbledore. Me. Before it goes down. Why? Because Dumbledore will try to manage it. He'll set up the pieces and guide the outcome. I don't want to be guided, Professor. I want to act. Snape studied him. The snow was thickening, and the castle behind them was beginning to show lights in the towers, early risers, prefects starting their rounds, the slow machine of morning grinding into motion. You have her eyes, Snape said quietly. But the rest of you, the way you think, the way you calculate, that's not Lily. That's not James. That's entirely Valentina Zabini. Is that a compliment or a warning? Both. Snape turned back toward the castle. I'll tell you if it moves. God help me, but I'll tell you. He limped away through the snow, and Harry watched him go, filing the conversation alongside every other piece of the puzzle. The picture was becoming clearer now. Dumbledore's game, Quirrell's desperation, Snape's uneasy position between them. The stone, sitting beneath the castle like a beating heart, drawing predators. Soon, Harry thought. Soon it all moves. He finished his run and went to breakfast. The announcement that Harry would be staying at Hogwarts over Christmas caused a minor stir. Most of the Slytherin first-years were going home, Draco to the manor, Theodore not to his father's estate, Pansy Parkinson to wherever Parkinsons went. But Harry had written to Valentina, and Valentina had written back, stay. Watch. The castle will be nearly empty, and empty spaces reveal what crowded ones conceal. Blaise was staying. That was non-negotiable, and neither of them discussed it. Where Harry went, Blaise went. The reverse was equally true. They were brothers in a way that transcended the word, bonded not by blood but by shared training, shared danger, and the absolute, unconditional trust of two people who had grown up watching each other's backs in a world that punished inattention with death. Daphne stayed, true to her word. She told her family it was for academic reasons, which was technically accurate in the sense that planning to bypass the magical protections guarding an alchemical superweapon could be classified as academic. And Hermione stayed. She'd mentioned it during one of their Tuesday training sessions, almost offhandedly. Her parents were going to France, she didn't want to miss study time, the library would be quiet. You're staying because you want to help, Harry said. I'm staying because the library will be quiet. Hermione. She set her jaw. Fine. I'm staying because you and Blaise are planning something, and Daphne knows what it is, and Neville keeps giving me worried looks when he thinks I can't see, and if my friends are going to do something dangerous over Christmas, I'm going to be there. It could be genuinely dangerous. A troll was genuinely dangerous. I survived that because of you. I'd rather be present and prepared than absent and useless. Harry looked at Blaise. Blaise shrugged, a gesture that communicated she's not wrong, and trying to stop her will cost more than including her. All right, Harry said. But you follow my lead. When I say move, you move. When I say stop, you stop. Non-negotiable. Agreed. Now tell me what you know about the protections under the third floor. He told her. And Hermione, being Hermione, immediately produced a notebook and began organizing the information into a systematic analysis that was, Harry admitted, considerably more thorough than his own. "Devil's Snare," she said, tapping the section on Sprout's contribution. "That's the most likely plant-based defense. Professor Sprout's specialty is dangerous flora, and Devil's Snare is specifically mentioned in our herbology text as a guardian plant. It responds to movement, the more you struggle, the tighter it constricts. Fire drives it back. Good. Flitwick. Enchanted keys, probably. Or some kind of charm-based obstacle that requires precise spell work. Flitwick's a former dueling champion, he'll have designed something that tests skill, not just knowledge. McGonagall. Transfigured constructs. A puzzle, maybe. She loves logic applied to transfiguration. Hermione's quill was flying. Snape will be a potions challenge, identifying the correct potion from a selection, probably with a logic element. And Quirrell's contribution. Another troll, if he has no imagination. Or something worse. Harry smiled. It was the sharp, approving smile he reserved for people who surprised him. "You're very good at this." "I'm good at everything I do. That's the problem, people find it off-putting." "People are idiots," Daphne said from her corner, not looking up from her own notes. "In my experience, competence is only off-putting to the incompetent." Hermione stared at Daphne. Then she smiled, a real, warm smile, the kind that transformed her whole face. "I think I like you." "Don't get ahead of yourself," Daphne said, but the corner of her mouth twitched. The castle emptied. The Hogwarts Express departed on the 20th, carrying the majority of students back to their families, and the school contracted around the few who remained. The Slytherin dormitory was a ghost town, only Harry and Blaise in the boys' section, the greenlit silence of the lake pressing against the windows like a held breath. Harry used the space. With most students gone and most professors on reduced schedules, the castle was his to explore freely. He mapped the remaining uncharted sections, confirmed several of his theories about the underground architecture, and, on the night of December 21st, made his first trip into the third-floor corridor since September. Not through the door. Not past the Cerberus. Just to the corridor itself, to stand in front of the locked door and listen. The Cerberus was sleeping. He could hear 3 sets of breathing, slow and deep, the kind of breath that spoke of enchanted slumber rather than natural rest. Someone, Snape, Dumbledore, had put the beast to sleep, probably to check the defenses underneath. Harry pressed his hand against the door. The wood was old, thick, and warded, but the wards were designed to prevent entry, not to prevent sensing. He closed his eyes and extended his magical awareness through the door, down through the floor, into the space below. He felt the Devil's Snare first. A mass of living vegetation, dense and hungry, pressing against the walls of the chamber. Below that, something cooler, open space, movement, the flutter of small winged things. The keys, probably. Below that, a sense of solidity, structure, McGonagall's challenge. Then something dark and sharp, Quirrell's defense, whatever it was, radiating a malice that made Harry's scar twitch. Then a chemical signature he recognized, potions, Snape's domain, the precise, clinical arrangement of solutions in glass. And at the bottom, at the very end, something he couldn't read at all. A blank space. An absence. Dumbledore's final protection, so perfectly warded that it didn't register even as emptiness, it simply wasn't there, as though someone had cut a hole in reality and patched it with silence. That's the one, Harry thought. That's the one I need to understand. He withdrew his awareness, filed every impression, and returned to the dungeons. Christmas morning, Harry woke to an unexpected problem. Presents. He wasn't surprised by the gifts themselves. Valentina had sent a package, new combat robes, 3 rare potion ingredients, and a book on advanced occlumency techniques that was banned in 7 countries, and Blaise had given him an enchanted compass that always pointed toward the nearest threat. Daphne had left a small package containing a silver wristband with a protection rune etched into its surface, understated, elegant, exactly her style. Even Draco had sent something from home, a box of expensive chocolates with a note that said simply, "Don't eat them all at once. DM." The unexpected gift was a package with no note. Or rather, a package with a note that said only, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry sat on his bed, holding the silvery, fluid fabric that had spilled from the wrapping, and knew immediately what it was. An invisibility cloak. Not just any invisibility cloak. The fabric was too fine, too perfect, too weightless. Standard invisibility cloaks degraded over time, their charms faded, their fabric grew opaque. This one was flawless. Which meant it was either masterfully enchanted or it was something else entirely. "That's not an ordinary cloak," Blaise said from his bed, watching Harry run the fabric through his fingers. "No. It's not." Harry held it up to the light. The fabric disappeared, not transparent, not camouflaged, but genuinely gone, as though the light simply forgot the cloak existed. "This is a deathly hallow." Blaise went very still. "You're certain?" "The cloak of invisibility. One of the 3 hallows. Death's own cloak, if you believe the story. Passed down through the Peveril line." Harry traced the family trees in his memory. Valentina had made him memorize the major wizarding genealogies. The Peverils connect to the Potters. This was my father's. And someone kept it. For 10 years. And is now giving it to you, anonymously, on Christmas morning. Harry set the cloak down and looked at the note again. The handwriting was familiar. He'd seen it on the feast night announcement, on the enrollment paperwork, on the letter Valentina had showed him that Dumbledore had written requesting a meeting. "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Why? Why now?" Harry thought about it. The old man had kept James Potter's cloak, that was significant. He'd kept it, waiting, planning to give it to Harry at the right moment. And the right moment, in Dumbledore's mind, was Christmas of first year, when Harry was at Hogwarts, when the stone was hidden below, when Voldemort was lurking inside the walls. "He wants me to have it because he wants me to use it. He's setting the stage." Harry folded the cloak carefully. An invisibility cloak at Christmas, when the castle is empty and a curious boy might go exploring. "He's expecting me to find something. Or he's giving a child his father's cloak out of genuine sentiment," Blaise offered. "With Dumbledore, it's never one thing. It's always both." That night, Harry used the cloak. Not for the third-floor corridor, not yet. For something else, something he'd been told about but hadn't sought out. Something that Dumbledore, if Harry's reading was correct, wanted him to find. He walked the castle in perfect silence, invisible and alone, his enhanced hearing picking up every creak and whisper. The castle at night was a different creature, older, stranger, the magic in the walls more perceptible without the masking noise of hundreds of students. He felt the wards pulse around him, sensed the ancient enchantments that kept the castle standing, the weather outside, the creatures at bay. He found the room on the 4th floor. An empty classroom, unused, dust on the desks and moonlight falling through tall windows. And in the center, a mirror. It was enormous, floor to ceiling, framed in ornate gold, standing on clawed feet. There was an inscription carved across the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry read it backwards. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." The mirror of Erist. He'd read about it, a footnote in an obscure text on enchanted objects that Valentina kept in her study. A mirror that showed not reality but longing. The deepest, most desperate wish of the person who stood before it. Dumbledore had left this where Harry would find it. With the cloak, on Christmas night, when a boy who'd lost his parents might come wandering the castle and stumble upon a mirror that showed them back to him. Manipulative old man, Harry thought, but there was no heat in it. Because he was already walking toward the mirror. Already looking into it. Already seeing. They were standing behind him. James Potter was tall, thin, with dark messy hair exactly like Harry's, the hair that no charm could tame, the genetic stubbornness that Valentina found alternately amusing and infuriating. He wore glasses, round ones, and his grin was infectious, the kind of smile that made you want to smile back even though you'd never met him. Lily Potter was smaller, auburn-haired, with those eyes. Harry's eyes. Green as spring, green as new growth, green as the killing curse that had ended her. She was smiling too, but her smile was different from James's, softer, deeper, the smile of someone who knew exactly what she was looking at and found it unbearably precious. They stood behind him in the mirror, and Lily's hand rested on his shoulder, and James's arm was around Lily's waist, and they looked at their son with an expression that Harry, despite all his training, despite all his acclimacy, despite every wall Valentina had built inside his mind, could not look at without something cracking. He stood in front of the mirror for a long time. He didn't speak. He didn't reach out. He simply stood, and looked, and let the ache exist, not fighting it, not analyzing it, not converting it to useful data. Just feeling it. The raw, irreducible truth that his parents were dead and he missed them despite having never known them, and no amount of love from Valentina, and she did love him, fiercely, completely, could fill the specific shape of the hole they'd left. Lily mouthed something. He couldn't hear it, the mirror didn't produce sound, but he read her lips. "We're proud of you." Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were still there. Still smiling. Still proud. "I know," he whispered. "I know you are." He stood for another minute. Then he turned away, because that was what Zabinis did. They faced the pain, they acknowledged it, and they moved forward. Lingering was sentiment, and sentiment was, no. That was Valentina's rule, and tonight, alone in an empty classroom with his dead parents smiling at him from an enchanted mirror, Harry allowed himself to disagree with his mother. Sentiment wasn't vulnerability. Sentiment was human. And he was, despite everything, still human. He pulled the cloak over himself and left the room. He didn't go back. But when he returned to the dormitory, and Blaise, who was awake, who was always awake when Harry was out, because that was what brothers did, looked at him with a question in his eyes, Harry sat on his brother's bed and told him everything. "They looked happy," Harry said. "In the mirror. They looked like they were proud of me. They should be. The mirror shows desire, not truth. It shows what you want to see. Maybe what you want to see and what's true aren't always different things." Harry looked at his brother. Blaise looked back, steady, certain, the one person in the world who knew every part of Harry and had never once flinched. "Thank you," Harry said. "For what?" "For being real. When everything else is mirrors and games and manipulation, for being the one thing I never have to question." Blaise put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Always." They sat in the green-lit dark of the Slytherin dormitory, and the lake pressed against the windows, and somewhere above them Dumbledore sat in his office playing a game that used children as pieces, and somewhere in the castle a fragment of the darkest wizard in history plotted to steal immortality, and two brothers sat together in the silence and let it be enough. The next morning, Harry received Valentina's Christmas letter. Uncoded, for once, written in her bold, slanting hand on paper that smelled like the villa, jasmine and old stone and something sharper underneath. "My sons, Christmas in Scotland. I imagine you're freezing. I've sent warming charms woven into the scarves, wear them. Harry. Dumbledore will make a move over the holidays. He's sentimental about Christmas, it's his weakness. Whatever he shows you, whatever he gives you, remember, gifts from powerful men are never free. They're investments. Accept them gracefully and understand the terms before you spend them. Blaise. Take care of your brother. I know you will, because you always do, but I'm saying it anyway because mothers are allowed to be redundant. The political situation in Britain is developing. Fudge has formally requested my presence at the ministry for a discussion about Harry's status. I've agreed to meet in February. By then, you'll have been at Hogwarts long enough that removing you would require international legal action, which Fudge hasn't the spine to initiate. Lucius Malfoy has made contact through back channels. He's nervous. A Potter-raised Zabini in Slytherin disrupts every assumption he's built his strategy around. He expected the boy who lived to be a Gryffindor, a symbol for the light, controllable through sentiment. Instead he has an unknown quantity in his own house. Good. Let him be nervous. I love you both. Be extraordinary. Come home for Easter, I'll make carbonara. Mother Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his jacket. Then he went to the room of requirement, where Hermione was already waiting with a stack of research and the slightly manic energy of someone who had been given a puzzle and refused to stop until it was solved. I've figured out Flitwick's protection, she said before Harry was fully through the door. Enchanted keys. Specifically, keys with wings, charmed to fly, filling a large chamber. You'd need to catch the correct key to unlock the door to the next challenge, which means you'd need to fly. Fly. There'll be broomsticks provided. It's a test of skill. Flitwick would admire the combined discipline of flying and precision targeting. Harry processed this. Flying wasn't his strongest skill, he was competent, certainly, but he hadn't trained on a broom the way he trained in combat. However, he was fast, his hand-eye coordination was exceptional, and he had a seeker's instincts, the ability to identify and track a single object in a field of distractions. I can handle it, he said. What about McGonagall? Giant chess set. Hermione was grinning now, the fierce, bright grin of someone in their element. It has to be. McGonagall is a known chess enthusiast, there's a set in her office, Enchanted, that she plays against herself. A life-sized, transfigured chess game where you have to win to cross the board. Violent, probably, the pieces would destroy each other physically. Can you play chess? I'm adequate. Blaise is better. Blaise is better at everything that requires patience, Harry agreed. He'll lead the chess game. You'll handle the keys, you're a better flyer than you think, and your precision with charms is the best in our year. What about you? I'll handle Quirrell's troll, or whatever he's put down there. And Snape's potions challenge. And Dumbledore's? Harry sat down across from her. The room of requirement had configured itself as a war room today, maps on the walls, a large central table, good lighting. It read their intent and provided accordingly, which was both convenient and slightly creepy. I went to the Mirror of Erised last night, he said. Hermione's eyebrows rose. The Desire Mirror? That's real. I read about it in, It's Real. And I think it's Dumbledore's final protection. He explained his reasoning. Dumbledore's defenses wouldn't be brute force, they'd be psychological. The Mirror of Erised showed your deepest desire. If the stone was hidden inside the mirror, the puzzle wouldn't be how to get it out but who could get it out. Someone who wanted to use the stone, for immortality, for power, would see themselves using it, and the mirror would show them that desire but never grant it. The stone would only come to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. That's brilliant, Hermione breathed. It's a defense based on intent. Only someone who doesn't want the stone for its actual purpose can retrieve it. Which means Quirrell can never get it. He wants immortality, Voldemort wants immortality. The mirror would torture them with the image and never release the prize. But you could get it. You don't want the stone. I want to keep it from Voldemort. That's different from wanting it for myself. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Harry. If you go down there and face Quirrell, face what's inside Quirrell, that's not a school adventure. That's a confrontation with the most dangerous dark wizard in history. A fragment of him. Weakened, parasitic, barely alive. Still Voldemort. Yes. Harry met her eyes. Still Voldemort. And I've known since I was 8 that this was coming. Not this specific moment, but the confrontation. The prophecy says neither can live while the other survives. Eventually, we were always going to be in the same room. You're 11. I've been training for this since I was 4. My mother didn't raise me to be 11. She raised me to be ready. Hermione stared at him, and he could see the conflict in her, the rational mind that knew he was right, the human heart that screamed this was wrong, that children shouldn't have to fight Dark Lords, that the adults were supposed to handle this. He understood the conflict. He'd felt it himself, late at night, in the quiet moments when the training and the confidence and the Zabini poise fell away and he was just a boy with a scar and dead parents and a destiny he'd never asked for. "I'll be with you," she said. "When you go. I'll be there." "Hermione, don't argue. You said follow your lead and I agreed. But I didn't agree to stay behind." He looked at her. She looked at him. And something crystallized between them, not romance, not strategy, but something older and simpler. Trust. The bone-deep kind that came from shared danger and shared purpose. "All right," he said. "When it happens, you'll be there." 3 days after Christmas, someone tried to kill Harry. It happened in the corridor outside the library, at 9 in the evening, when the castle was so quiet that the curse came from nowhere and everywhere at once. A flash of sickly green light that Harry recognized instantly, not the killing curse, but close. A withering hex, designed to decay living tissue on contact. Dark magic. Very dark. Not the kind of spell a student would know. Harry felt it coming before he saw it. The training, the thousands of hours of combat practice, the reflexes that Valentina had sharpened until they operated below conscious thought. He threw himself sideways, hit the stone floor in a roll, and came up with his wand drawn and a shield blazing. The second curse hit his shield and shattered it. Powerful. Very powerful. The kind of magical force that came from an adult wizard, not a student. Harry didn't wait for the third. He fired back, a concussion hex, a blinding curse, and a tracking charm, all in the space of 2 seconds, aimed at the origin point of the attack. The concussion hex hit the wall and blew a chunk of stone into the corridor. The blinding curse caught nothing. The tracking charm struck something invisible and adhered. Running footsteps. A swirl of magic, apparition. No, not inside Hogwarts. A portkey? Also impossible, within the wards. A passage, then. One of the castle's hidden passages, used by someone who knew the architecture. Harry gave chase. He was fast, faster than anyone expected, his body trained for exactly this kind of pursuit. He rounded the corner, wand up, senses extended, and caught the edge of a cloak disappearing through a section of wall that he hadn't mapped yet. He hit the wall 2 seconds later. Solid. The passage had sealed behind whoever had used it. Harry stood in the empty corridor, breathing hard, and thought. Not a student. The magical signature was adult, and the spell selection was Death Eater standard, withering hexes were taught in the inner circle, not in schools. Someone had entered the castle, targeted him specifically, and used a hidden passage to escape. The tracking charm was still active. He could feel it, a faint pulse in his magical awareness, moving, down, through the walls, toward the grounds. He followed it. Through corridors, down staircases, out a side door he'd discovered in his first week. The December air hit him like a wall of ice, but he barely noticed. The tracking charm was leading him toward the forbidden forest, the pulse getting fainter as the distance increased. At the edge of the forest, the pulse vanished. The attacker had crossed some boundary, the forest's natural magic, thick and wild, disrupting the charm's frequency. Gone. Harry stood in the snow at the forest's edge and processed. Someone had tried to kill him. Not Quirrell. Quirrell wouldn't risk drawing attention to himself with the stone so close. Not Dumbledore, obviously. Not Snape. Someone else. Someone from outside the castle, someone who knew the hidden passages, someone with Death Eater training and the willingness to use it on an 11-year-old boy. The war wasn't over. It had never been over. And somebody, somewhere, had decided that the boy who lived was better off dead. Harry returned to the castle, sealed the side door behind him, and went straight to the Slytherin common room. Blaise was reading by the fire. He took one look at Harry's face and set his book down. What happened? Harry told him. Blaise listened without interrupting, his face going progressively harder. The tracking charm, Blaise said. Did you get a magical signature before it cut out? Partial. Adult male. Strong. The spell selection suggests inner circle Death Eater training, but the execution was rusty, he hasn't been practicing regularly. Someone who was active during the war and has been dormant since. That matches half the names on the acquitted list. Exactly. Someone on the Wisingamot's Imperious Defense roster. Someone who claimed they were mind-controlled, got acquitted, and has been living quietly for 10 years. Harry sat down. Until now. What spooked them? You've been at Hogwarts for 3 months. Why now? Christmas. The castle is empty. Easy access, fewer witnesses. And the timing, my identity's been public since September, but the political implications are still developing. Someone's decided that a Potter-raised Zabini in Slytherin is a threat to whatever power structure they've built since the war. Not Malfoy. No. Lucius wouldn't be this crude. He'd use politics, not hexes. Harry stared into the fire. But someone in his circle, maybe. An associate. Someone acting on their own initiative, or on old orders that never expired. You need to tell Dumbledore. No. Harry, if I tell Dumbledore, he takes control. He investigates, he manages, he handles it his way. And his way means I become a piece to be protected, not a player who responds. I didn't come to Hogwarts to be protected. Blaise studied him. What do you want to do? Send a message. Whoever this was, they tried to kill me and failed. They're going to try again. When they do, I want to be ready, and I want the response to be so disproportionate that no one tries a third time. Mother's Doctrine. Mother's Doctrine. Valentina's rule on assassination attempts was simple: the first one, you survive. The second one, you end. Not the attempt, the attacker. Permanently. Write to her tonight, Blaise said. She'll want to know. And she'll have resources we don't, intelligence networks, contacts in the old Death Eater circles. I'll write tonight. Harry leaned back. But I'm also going to do something else. What? I'm going to let the school see what I am. Not hints. Not glimpses. The real thing. Blaise's eyes widened fractionally. You're going to stop holding back. I've been calibrating. Playing at their level, plus 10%, enough to impress without alarming. That was the smart play when the only threats were political. But someone just threw a withering hex at my head in a school corridor, Blaise. The political game just became a survival game, and in a survival game, the smartest move is making sure everyone knows that attacking you is suicide. Mother would say you're being emotional. Mother would say I'm being strategic. There's an overlap. The next morning, in Charms, Harry stopped calibrating. Flitwick had set them the task of practicing the softening charm, a simple, practical spell that turned hard surfaces pliable. Most first years were producing partial effects, softening a corner of their target block or turning it slightly rubbery. Harry pointed his wand at his block and cast. The block didn't soften. It liquefied. It melted on the desk like butter in a hot pan, spreading into a perfect circle of fluid stone that reflected the ceiling lights like a mirror. The class stared. Harry looked at Flitwick. Sorry, Professor. I over-calibrated. Would you like me to reverse it? Flitwick walked to Harry's desk, looked at the liquefied stone, and performed 3 diagnostic charms in rapid succession. His eyebrows climbed steadily higher with each result. "Mr. Zabini," he said, and his voice was hushed. "This isn't a softening charm. This is a full-phase transubstantiation, the molecular conversion of one state of matter to another. This is NEWT-level magic. Beyond NEWT, arguably. The theoretical framework is similar," Harry said. "I just pushed the intent further than the standard charm requires." "You just," Flitwick stopped. He looked at Harry with an expression that had moved past surprise into something raw. "Awe, perhaps. Or recognition. How much have you been holding back?" Harry met the professor's eyes. "Quite a lot, sir." Flitwick was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, "Would you be willing to demonstrate further? After class. I'd like to understand the full scope of your training." "I'd be happy to." After class, in the empty charms classroom, Harry showed Flitwick what he could do. Not everything, some things were family techniques that Valentina would not have wanted shared. But enough. Charms work that ranged from advanced to extraordinary. Casting speed that made Flitwick's dueling champion instinct sit up and take notice. Wandless magic, basic, inconsistent, but present, in an 11-year-old, which Flitwick said he'd seen precisely once before in his entire career. "Who?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore," Flitwick said. "When he was 14. They looked at each other, and Harry understood that something had shifted. He was no longer a gifted first year. He was something else, something that the professors would talk about among themselves, that would reach Dumbledore's ears, that would reshape how the school perceived him. Good. Let them see. Let whoever had thrown that hex in the corridor see. Let them understand what they were dealing with. In Transfiguration, he turned a beetle into a button and then, without being asked, turned the button into a living beetle again, perfect reverse transfiguration, a skill that most adult wizards struggled with. McGonagall gripped the edge of her desk and said nothing for 30 seconds. In potions, he brewed the assigned forgetfulness potion in 20 minutes, then spent the remaining time creating an antidote that wasn't in the textbook, using a Zabini family technique that Snape had never seen. Snape examined the antidote for 5 minutes, asked 3 precise questions about the methodology, and then locked the sample in his personal storage without comment. In defense against the dark arts, Harry waited until Quirrell asked for a volunteer to demonstrate the knockback jinx, then stood and cast it with enough force to send the practice dummy through the classroom wall. Literally through the wall, it left a dummy-shaped hole in the stonework and landed in the corridor beyond. Quirrell stared at the hole in his wall. Harry stared at Quirrell. "Sorry about the wall, Professor," Harry said. "I'll repair it." "And no need, Mr. Zabini. That was quite adequate." Something moved behind Quirrell's eyes. That flash of cold intelligence, the real Quirrell, or whatever was driving the real Quirrell, looking out through the mask. "Yes," Quirrell said, and the stutter was gone for just a moment, just one word, clean and clear and dangerous. "Adequate." The message sent ripples. By dinner, the staff table was buzzing with quiet conversation that kept circling back to the dark-haired Slytherin first year who had apparently been operating at a fraction of his capability for 3 months and had just decided to stop. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry across the Great Hall, and they weren't twinkling. They were calculating. Good, Harry thought. Calculate. Factor me in. And understand that whatever plan you've built, I'm not a variable you can control. That night, Harry wrote to Valentina. In cipher, full detail. The attack. The tracking charm. The partial signature. His response. His assessment. Her reply came by return owl, faster than international post should have allowed, which meant she'd used one of her emergency channels. I know who it was. Jug Sun. Former Inner Circle, acquitted on imperious defense, currently living in Devon under ministry monitoring that is, clearly, inadequate. He lost family members in the First War and blames you, not rationally, but grief is rarely rational. He will not try again. I am handling it. Do not ask how. The display of power was the right call. From this point forward, operate at full capacity. The time for subtlety has passed. I love you. Be lethal. Come home. Harry read the letter, memorized it, and destroyed it. Then he lay in bed and listened to the lake press against the windows and thought about a man named Jugson in Devon, and whatever Valentina Zabini was going to do to him, and whether he should feel something about that. He decided he didn't need to. Valentina would handle it. She always handled it. He thought instead about the third-floor corridor, and the stone beneath it, and the thing wearing Quirrell's face that was getting more desperate by the day. He thought about the mirror that showed you your heart's desire, and the parents who smiled at him from inside it. He thought about what Hermione had said, "You're 11." He was. But 11 was old enough to know what was coming, and old enough to meet it standing up. The snow fell outside the castle, and the darkness pressed against the windows, and Harry Zabini lay in the greenlit dark and waited for the war to find him. It wouldn't have to wait much longer. Chapter 5, The Killing Art. The move came in June. Harry had expected it sooner. All through the spring term, he'd watched Quirrell deteriorate, the stutter getting worse, the turban getting filthier, the garlic smell thickening until students sitting near the front of the defense classroom reported headaches and nausea. Quirrell was losing weight, losing color, losing the battle against whatever was consuming him from the back of his skull. The parasite was hungry, and the host was running out. But Voldemort was patient. That was the thing people forgot about him. The stories focused on the cruelty, the power, the terror, but the man's defining quality was patience. He'd waited 11 years in Albanian forests as less than a ghost. He could wait a few more months inside a stuttering professor. So the spring passed. Harry trained. He studied. He built his network and sharpened his skills and waited with a patience that matched his enemies, because Valentina had taught him that the predator who moved first was usually the predator who died. He kept his promise to Dumbledore. He stayed away from the third-floor corridor. He didn't interfere. But he watched, with the cold attention of a surgeon studying a patient, and when the signs changed, when the pattern broke, he was ready. The sign came on a Tuesday evening in the second week of June. Harry was in the room of requirement with Blaise, Daphne, and Hermione, reviewing for end-of-year exams that Harry could have passed in his sleep. The door opened, which shouldn't have been possible, since the room was configured to be unplottable, and Neville Longbottom stumbled in, round-faced and breathing hard. Harry. Hagrid. He told me, I was visiting him this afternoon, and he was drunk, fire whiskey, and he told me about the Cerberus. Harry set down his quill. What about it? He said he told someone how to get past it. A stranger. In a pub. Months ago. He won a dragon egg off the man in a card game, and in exchange he told him that Fluffy, that's the dog's name, Fluffy, of all things, falls asleep when you play music. The room went quiet. Harry looked at Blaise. Blaise looked at Harry. The same thought, instant and simultaneous, Quirrell. Quirrell played Hagrid for the information. He knows how to get past the first defense. When? Harry asked. When did he tell this stranger? Before Christmas. Back in the autumn. He only just realized what he'd done. I mentioned Fluffy because I'd seen Harry's notes, and he went white and started babbling. It's all right, Neville. Harry was already standing. You did the right thing. Go back to your common room. But, Neville. Go. Now. And don't tell anyone else. Neville left, looking terrified but trusting. The door closed behind him, and Harry turned to the others. He's known since October. He's had the key to the first defense for 8 months, and he hasn't moved. Because Dumbledore's been watching, Blaise said. Quirrell couldn't get past the dog without Dumbledore knowing. But if something pulled Dumbledore away, then Quirrell moves tonight, Daphne finished. She was on her feet, pale but composed. "Harry, if Quirrell has been waiting for an opportunity, he needs Dumbledore out of the castle." Harry crossed to the window the room had provided. The grounds were dark, the sky clear. The Ullery Tower was visible against the stars. As he watched, a large owl launched from the tower, heading south, fast, purposeful. "An urgent message." "Dumbledore just sent an owl," Harry said. "Or received one. Either way, something's happening." He turned back. "Blaise, go to the staff corridor. Find out if Dumbledore is still in the castle. Don't be seen." Blaise was gone before the sentence finished. "Hermione, get your wand. Daphne, the notes on the protections, everything we've mapped. We may be going tonight." "Maybe." Hermione was already pulling on her shoes, her face set in the expression of terrified determination that Harry had come to recognize as her combat mode. "You think he's making his move?" "I think something's about to pull Dumbledore away from the castle, and the moment he's gone, Quirrell goes through that trapdoor. He's been waiting 8 months. He won't wait another night." Daphne was gathering parchment with efficient, steady hands. "The protections. We've mapped 6, Cerberus, Devil's Snare, Flying Keys, Chess Set, Quirrell's Troll, Snape's Potions. And Dumbledore's Mirror. We're as ready as we're going to be." Blaise returned in 4 minutes, which meant he'd run. He wasn't even breathing hard, Valentina's physical training showing its value. "Dumbledore's gone. Left 10 minutes ago. McGonagall says he received an urgent owl from the Ministry and departed for London immediately." "The Ministry didn't send that owl," Harry said. "Quirrell did. Or Voldemort did, through whatever channels he has left. It's a lure. Get Dumbledore out, go through the defenses, get the stone." "So what do we do?" Harry made the decision in the space of a heartbeat. Not because it was impulsive, he'd been planning this for months, running scenarios, mapping contingencies. The decision had been made long ago. The only question had been when. "We go now. Before Quirrell gets through. Harry." Daphne's voice was careful. "If we're wrong, if this isn't the night, then we've had an interesting evening and we go back to bed. But we're not wrong." He looked at each of them in turn, Blaise, steady and ready, Hermione, scared and resolute, Daphne, ice-cold and fierce. "I'm not going to ask any of you to come. This is my fight." "Shut up," Hermione said. "What she said," Blaise added. Daphne simply picked up her wand and walked to the door. Harry smiled. It was, for once, not a strategic smile or a charming smile or any of the 100 calibrated expressions Valentina had taught him. It was the real thing, warm, surprised, grateful. The smile of a boy who had been raised to fight alone and was discovering, in the moment that mattered, that he didn't have to. "All right," he said. "Let's go." They moved through the castle in formation, Harry on point, Blaise covering the rear, Hermione and Daphne in the middle. Harry had the invisibility cloak spread over all 4 of them, which was tight but manageable as long as nobody made any sudden movements. Their footsteps were silenced, their breathing controlled, their wands drawn and ready. The castle was quiet. Too quiet, the usual nighttime sounds were muted, as though Hogwarts itself was holding its breath. Harry felt the wards pulse around them, ancient magic recognizing their passage but not impeding it. The castle knew them. After 9 months of Harry mapping its corridors and learning its secrets, it had, in some strange, semi-sentient way, accepted him. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor. The door was ajar. Harry stopped. The others stopped behind him. "He's already through," Blaise whispered. "The door's been opened." Harry listened. No breathing from behind the door, the Cerberus was asleep. He could hear music, a harp, enchanted, playing itself in slow, simple loops. Quirrell's solution. He pulled the cloak off and folded it into his bag. No point in invisibility now, they were going in. The room beyond the door was enormous, and most of it was dog. Fluffy, the three-headed Cerberus, lay on its side, all three heads slack, all six eyes closed, massive paws twitching in sleep. The enchanted harp sat in the corner, its strings vibrating on their own, producing a melody that was more lullaby than music. The trapdoor was open. A square of darkness in the stone floor, gaping like a mouth. Harry looked at the Cerberus. He looked at the trapdoor. He looked at his friends. Stay close. Move fast. Don't touch the dog. They dropped through the trapdoor. The fall was longer than expected, 20 feet, maybe 30, but the landing was soft. Too soft. Harry hit what felt like a thick carpet of vines and immediately recognized the rubbery, clinging texture. "Devil's snare," he said, keeping his voice level. "Don't move. Don't struggle." The plant was already responding. Tendrils snaked around his ankles, his wrists, his chest, tightening with a slow, muscular pressure that was more python than plant. Around him, he heard Hermione's sharp intake of breath, Daphne's hiss of discomfort, Blaze's deliberately controlled breathing. "Fire," Hermione said, and her voice was strained but steady. "It retreats from fire and light." Harry cast. Not the standard fire-making charm but something hotter, brighter, a Zabini family variation that produced white fire, concentrated and fierce, burning at twice the temperature of normal magical flame. The devil's snare screamed, a high, keening sound that wasn't quite voice, and recoiled, tendrils whipping back, releasing them. They dropped through the loosened mass and hit stone floor, hard but intact. "Everyone good?" 3 affirmatives. They were in a stone passageway, sloping downward, lit by a faint phosphorescent glow from the walls. Harry took point again and they moved. The key room was next. They emerged onto a stone ledge overlooking a chamber that was taller than it was wide, the ceiling lost in shadow, and every inch of air was filled with flying keys. Hundreds of them, thousands, maybe, glittering, fluttering, darting like a swarm of metallic insects. The wing beats produced a constant, whispering rattle that filled the chamber like static. On the far wall, a heavy wooden door. Old iron lock. And on the ledge beside them, 3 broomsticks. "We need the key that matches the lock," Hermione said, squinting at the swarm. "Old-fashioned. Iron. Probably large, probably damaged. If Quirrell already came through, he'll have grabbed it and it'll show where." Harry scanned the swarm. His eyes, trained for exactly this kind of visual tracking, hours of practice identifying single targets in chaotic fields, found it in seconds. A large, old-fashioned iron key with a bent wing, flying lower and slower than the rest, its movements erratic. It had been caught and released recently. He grabbed a broomstick. It was old, a school broom, nothing like the racing models he'd trained on in Florence. But a broom was a broom. Harry kicked off. The wind hit his face and the keys scattered around him, a whirlwind of metal and feathers, tiny wings battering against his arms and shoulders. He ignored them, locked onto the iron key, and dove. The key tried to evade. It was charmed to flee, to dodge, to make itself impossible to catch. Harry didn't chase it. He'd hunted birds in the hills above Florence with his bare hands, Valentina's idea of a pleasant afternoon, and he knew that pursuit was a losing game against something faster and more agile. Instead, he herded it. Quick feints, cutting off escape routes, driving the key toward the far wall where its options narrowed. 3 seconds. The key zigged. Harry anticipated, adjusted, and his hand closed around the cold iron body. The wing struggled against his grip, but he held firm, dove to the door, and jammed the key into the lock. It turned. The door opened. Harry tossed the broomstick aside and waved the others through. 30 seconds, Blaze said, impressed despite himself. "I had money on 45. You bet on my performance." "I bet on everything. It's how I process stress." The chess room was vast. They stood at the edge of a full-sized chessboard, the pieces towering above them, white marble and black obsidian, each piece 8 to 10 feet tall, armed and terrible. The white pieces stood on the far side, still and watchful. The black pieces flanked the near side, an army waiting for commanders. "McGonagall," Hermione breathed. Blaise walked forward, studying the board with the focused intensity of someone who had been playing chess since he could hold the pieces. He circled the near side, examined the positions, and nodded slowly. "Standard opening position. We take black. White moves first." He looked at the pieces, the towering knights with their stone swords, the bishops with their heavy staves, the rooks like mobile fortresses. When she says the pieces destroy each other, she means it. These things are designed to fight. "Can you win?" Harry asked. "I can win." No hesitation. Blaise's eyes were moving across the board, already seeing patterns, possibilities, the cascading logic of position and sacrifice. "But it'll take time, and the pieces will target us if we take active positions on the board. Then I take an active position and you direct from the side." "Harry, Blaise. I can take a hit from a stone chess piece. Hermione and Daphne can't. I'll be the knight. You be the general." Blaise looked at him. The argument was there, Harry could see it, the brotherly instinct to refuse, to insist on sharing the risk. But Blaise was a strategist, and strategists didn't argue with sound tactical logic. "You're the knight," Blaise said. "Right side. Hermione, you're the bishop, left side. Stay behind the pawns and don't move until I say. Daphne, you're off the board. Watch for anything McGonagall built and that we haven't predicted." They took their positions. Harry stood on the knight's square, and the stone knight beside him crumbled to rubble, clearing the space. The white pieces stirred. A pawn moved forward 2 squares. Blaise called out moves. His voice was calm, precise, carrying across the board with the quiet authority of someone who had found the thing he was best at and was operating at the peak of it. The game unfolded: attack, counter, sacrifice, repositioning. White was aggressive, well-programmed, playing a style that was indeed McGonagall's own. Blaise matched it and then exceeded it, finding angles and combinations that the enchanted pieces couldn't anticipate. Harry moved when directed, taking squares, threatening positions. Twice the white pieces struck at him, a rook that swung a stone fist at his chest, a bishop that brought its staff down like a hammer. Harry dodged the first and shielded against the second, the impact reverberating up his arm but leaving him standing. "Queen to e4, Blaise called. Check." The white king tried to move. Couldn't. Blaise had built a cage of controlled squares, 3 moves ahead, an invisible prison that the king only recognized when the walls closed in. Checkmate. The white king dropped its sword. The pieces froze, then parted, clearing a path to the door on the far side. Blaise exhaled. His hands were shaking, the only sign of what the last 15 minutes had cost him internally. Harry crossed the board, gripped his brother's shoulder, and squeezed. "Brilliant. Don't let it go to my head." But Blaise was smiling, the sharp, quick smile that meant that was good and I know it. Through the door, down another passage, and then the smell hit them. The troll. Quirrell's contribution. It was already down. Massive, unconscious, sprawled across the floor of a small chamber with a lump on its head the size of a cantaloupe. Quirrell had dealt with his own protection, which made sense, he'd have designed it with a built-in bypass. "He's ahead of us," Daphne said, stepping over a troll hand the size of a dinner table. "Moving fast. He's desperate. Voldemort's pushing him." Harry could feel it, his scar was pulsing now, a steady, hot rhythm that was getting stronger with every step downward. The fragment of dark magic in his forehead was responding to its source, drawn like iron to a magnet. "We're close." The potions chamber was next. Snape's defense. They stepped through the doorway and flames erupted, purple fire behind them, sealing the entrance, and black fire ahead, blocking the exit. Between the two barriers, a table. 7 bottles of various sizes and shapes, filled with liquids of different colors. And a scroll of parchment. Hermione picked up the scroll and read it aloud. A logic puzzle. Not magical, purely rational. 7 bottles, 3 were poison, 2 were wine, 1 would carry the drinker safely through the black fire ahead, and 1 would carry the drinker back through the purple fire behind. This isn't a magical test, Hermione said, her eyes scanning the puzzle. It's a logic test. Snape's testing for analytical thinking, not spell power. Harry studied the bottles. He could have solved it by analysis, he was good at logic puzzles, but he had a faster method. He uncorked each bottle, one by one, and smelled them. 300 poisons. Identified by scent. Valentina's curriculum, drilled into him since he was 6. Poison, he said, setting the first bottle down. Wine. Poison. Wine. Forward passage. He picked up the 5th bottle, small, containing barely enough for 2 swallows. Poison. He set down the 6th. Return passage. The 7th. Hermione stared at him. You just, by smell. The poisons are aconite-based. The wine is Ogden's, cheap vintage. The passage potions have a mineral base, ground moonstone, probably. Different scent profiles. He held up the 5th bottle. There's only enough for 1 person. 1 person going forward, Daphne said. And 1 going back. Harry looked at the small bottle in his hand, then at his friends. The calculation was cold and instant. 1 dose forward. That meant 1 person through the black fire. 1 person to face whatever was beyond. Blaze. Take Hermione and Daphne back through the purple fire. Find Snape, he's the closest professor, and I gave him my word that I'd tell him if it moved. Tell him Quirrell's gone through. Tell him to send word to Dumbledore. Harry, no. Blaze's voice was tight. I'm not leaving you. You are. Because I need someone I trust to get Hermione and Daphne out safely, and because if I fail, you need to be alive to tell Mother what happened. The words hit Blaze like a physical blow. Harry saw it, the flinch, the tightening of the jaw, the flash of something raw and desperate in his brother's dark eyes. They had never separated during a crisis. Not once, in 11 years. The Zabini training was built on partnership, on watching each other's flanks, on the fundamental assumption that you were never alone. Harry was asking him to break that assumption. I'll come back, Harry said. I promise. Don't make promises you might not keep. I've never broken one yet. Harry gripped Blaze's arm, hard, firm, the way they'd been taught. Not a hug. A hold. An anchor. Get them out. Find Snape. I'll handle this. Blaze held on for a moment. Then he let go. If you die, Blaze said, Mother will bring you back and kill you herself. I know. Harry turned to Hermione. She was crying, silently, furiously, the tears running down her face while her expression remained set and hard. Come back, she said. I will. Daphne said nothing. She just looked at him, and in her ice-blue eyes he saw something that she had never shown anyone, something that cracked the Greengrass composure wide open for just a moment. Then she sealed it shut, nodded once, and turned away. Harry drank the potion. It was like swallowing liquid ice, cold spreading through his chest, his limbs, coating his insides with a protective film. He walked toward the black fire. It parted around him, cold despite its appearance, and he passed through into the final chamber. Behind him, the fire closed. He was alone. The chamber was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with a pale, cold flame. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center, exactly as Harry had seen it in the empty classroom on Christmas night. The same golden frame. The same clawed feet. The same inscription carved across the top. And in front of the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Professor Quirrell. No stutter. No nervous tics. No performance. Quirrell stood straight and still, his turban slightly askew, his wand in his hand, staring into the mirror with an expression of concentrated fury. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master," Quirrell said, not turning around. "I see it in my hands. But I can't get it. The mirror, it shows me what I want, but it won't give it to me." "Because you want to use it," Harry said. "The mirror only gives the stone to someone who wants to find it, not use it." Quirrell turned. Without the stutter, without the act, his face was different, harder, colder, the face of a competent wizard who had been wearing a mask so long he'd almost forgotten what was underneath. His eyes were steady. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. "Or Zabini. I wasn't sure which you'd prefer." "Zabini. Potter's my birth name. Zabini's what I am." "What you are." Quirrell's mouth twisted. "What you are is a child. Gifted, certainly. Impressively trained. But still a child, standing in a room with a man who has traveled the world studying dark magic and a master who conquered death itself." "Your master didn't conquer death. He ran from it. There's a difference." Something shifted behind Quirrell's eyes, a flash of rage that wasn't Quirrell's, something deeper and darker pushing up from underneath. "Let me speak to him," said a voice. It didn't come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from behind him, from the turban, thin and cold and sibilant, like a snake speaking through cloth. Quirrell's face spasmed. "Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this." Quirrell reached up with trembling hands and began unwinding the turban. The cloth fell away in loops, revealing the back of Quirrell's head, and Harry saw a face. Pressed into the skull like a mask pushed into clay. White, flat, serpentine, with red eyes that glowed like coals in the torchlight. Nostrils like slits. A lipless mouth that smiled with the lazy cruelty of something that had long since stopped seeing humans as anything more than tools. Voldemort. Harry's scar exploded. Pain, raw, white, searing, lanced through his forehead like a hot wire driven into the bone. His occlumency barriers buckled, strained, held. Barely. The dark magic in his scar was screaming, resonating with its source, and it took every ounce of mental discipline Valentina had beaten into him to keep his mind intact. He didn't stagger. He didn't flinch. He stood, wand raised, eyes locked on the red gaze of the thing that had killed his parents, and he held. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "We meet again." "We do. You're not afraid." "No. You should be. People keep telling me that. It never seems to stick." The red eyes studied him. Harry felt the legilimency probe, not subtle like Dumbledore's, not gentle. A battering ram, blunt and powerful, slamming against his mental walls with the force of a Dark Lord's will. His barriers held. They buckled, cracked at the edges, leaked pain, but they held. "Occlumency," Voldemort said, and there was a note of surprise. "Impressive, for a child. Who taught you?" "My mother. Valentina Zabini." A sound that might have been a laugh. "The Black Widow. I remember her. She was too smart to join me and too dangerous to kill. I see she has raised you well. She raised me to end you. Then she raised you for disappointment." Voldemort's voice hardened. "Get me the stone, boy. Look in the mirror, you can see it, I know you can. Give me the stone and I will let you walk away. I will even spare your little friends. The mud blood, the greengrass girl, the brother. All of them. Safe. You're offering mercy. You, who murdered my parents. Who tried to kill a baby. Your parents were fools who defied me. Their death was inevitable. But you are different. Zabini raised. Slytherin sorted. You understand power. You understand that morality is a fiction the weak invented to restrain the strong. The red eyes burned. I could use someone like you, Harry. The skills you have, the training, wasted on Dumbledore's side. Join me. Take the stone from the mirror and bring it to me, and I will give you everything. Power. Knowledge. Your parents back, yes, even that. The stone creates the elixir of life, but with the right rituals, it can do more. So much more. The offer hung in the air. Harry felt its weight, the seductive logic of it, the pull. Not because he wanted power or even because he believed Voldemort could return the dead. But because, for just a moment, the thing that lived in his scar wanted to say yes. The fragment of Voldemort inside him recognized its master and reached for it, and the effort of holding that impulse down made Harry's hands shake. No, Harry said. No. My parents are dead. The dead don't come back, not really, not whole. And power from you comes with a leash. I've seen what you do to your followers. I've met Quirrell. I've studied the Death Eaters. Every person who ever served you ended up a tool or a corpse. Harry raised his wand. I'm not a tool. And I'm not a corpse. I'm a Zabini, and Zabinis don't serve. Voldemort's face twisted. The pretense of diplomacy vanished, and what was left was rage, pure, incandescent, the fury of an entity that had once been human and had stripped away everything except hunger and hate. Kill him, Voldemort hissed. Quirrell spun, wand rising, and cast. The curse was fast. Killing curse fast, not the green bolt itself, Quirrell wasn't strong enough for that, but something close. A dark purple beam that screamed through the air with lethal intent. Harry was already moving. He'd started moving the moment Voldemort said kill, reading the word on the lipless mouth before the sound reached his ears, reacting to the signal rather than the command. He dove left, the curse searing past his shoulder close enough to burn, hit the ground in a roll, and came up casting. 3 spells. Not school spells. Combat magic, the Zabini arsenal, the techniques Valentina had drilled into him until they were as natural as breathing. The first was a chain of blasting hexes, rapid fire, aimed not at Quirrell but at the floor in front of him. The stone exploded upward in a spray of shrapnel that forced Quirrell back, buying Harry a second. The second was the concussion hex, full power this time, not the controlled version he'd used in classrooms and training rooms. The compressed air struck Quirrell in the chest and lifted him off his feet, hurling him backward into the mirror. The mirror cracked but didn't break. Quirrell hit it, bounced off, landed on the stone floor. He was up immediately, faster than a human should have been, driven by the will of the thing on the back of his head, his body a puppet jerked upright by invisible strings. The third spell was the one Harry had never used on a person. A Zabini combat curse, unnamed, unrecorded, passed from mother to son in the potion-scented study of a Florentine villa. It targeted the nervous system, flooding it with conflicting signals that produced instant, overwhelming pain. Quirrell screamed. He staggered, his wand arm spasming, his whole body convulsing. But the scream cut off too quickly. Voldemort was suppressing it, overriding Quirrell's pain response, taking control of the body through sheer will. Quirrell straightened. His face was slack now, his eyes glazed. Quirrell the person was gone, shoved aside. The thing driving his body was Voldemort directly, and Voldemort did not care about pain. Impressive, Voldemort said through Quirrell's mouth. But you cannot defeat me with tricks, child. I am Lord Voldemort. I have mastered death itself. You haven't mastered anything. You're a face on the back of someone else's head. Quirrell's body lunged. Not with magic, physically. Hands outstretched, reaching for Harry's throat, driven by Voldemort's desperate, furious need to force the boy to the mirror and make him retrieve the stone. Harry's knife was in his hand. The blade, thin, sharp, goblin-forged steel that Valentina had given him on his 9th birthday, cleared the sheath at the small of his back and came up in a defensive arc that should have opened Quirrell's reaching arm from wrist to elbow. It didn't. Quirrell's hand closed on Harry's wrist, and two things happened simultaneously. Harry's scar detonated. The pain was beyond anything he'd ever felt, beyond the training room, beyond combat, beyond the worst of Valentina's conditioning exercises. It was his skull splitting open, his brain on fire, his consciousness being torn apart at the seams. And Quirrell screamed. His hand on Harry's wrist was burning. Not metaphorically, actually, physically burning. The skin was blistering, blackening, peeling away from the flesh underneath. Wherever Quirrell's body touched Harry's skin, the tissue died. The contact was mutual destruction, Harry's scar exploding with Voldemort's rage, Quirrell's body disintegrating from the sacrificial protection in Harry's blood. Harry understood in a flash of pain-sharpened clarity. His mother's sacrifice. Lily's love, burned into his blood, into his skin, into the very fabric of his being. It was anathema to Voldemort, the thing the Dark Lord could not touch, could not comprehend, could not overcome. Love as a weapon. Sacrifice as armor. Valentina had taught him to kill with poison and blade and spell. But the killing magic inside him was older than any of that, deeper than any training. It was his birth mother's final gift, and it burned. Harry dropped the knife. He didn't need it. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. Quirrell shrieked, a sound that wasn't human, wasn't animal, was something torn from a dimension of pure agony. His skin blistered and cracked and turned to ash under Harry's palms. Voldemort's face on the back of his skull was screaming too, the red eyes blazing with fury and terror, because this was the one thing he hadn't anticipated, that the boy would fight not with the skills of the assassin he'd been trained to be, but with the love of the mother he'd never known. Harry held on. The pain in his scar was blinding, he couldn't see, couldn't think, could barely breathe. His vision was going white at the edges, his consciousness narrowing to a single, burning point. But he held on, because Valentina had taught him to endure, and Lily had taught him to sacrifice, and he was both their son, and he would not let go. Quirrell's body crumbled. There was no other word for it, the flesh disintegrated, the bones collapsed, the robes fell empty to the stone floor. And from the ruin, something rose, a dark, formless thing, a shadow with red eyes and a scream that echoed through the chamber like a wound in the air. Voldemort's wraith, expelled from its dying host, twisted and raged and turned those burning eyes on Harry one last time. Harry looked back. Through the pain, through the fire in his scar, through the darkness closing in at the edges of his vision, he looked at the thing that had killed his parents and had tried to kill him and would keep trying for as long as it existed. "I'll be ready," Harry said. "When you come back. I'll be ready." The wraith shrieked, a sound of pure hate, raw and stripped of everything but malice, and fled. Up, through the stone ceiling, through the castle, out into the night, a dark stain against the stars that dissipated and was gone. Harry fell. The stone floor was cold against his cheek. He could feel the pain receding, the scar fading from a scream to a roar to a dull, throbbing ache. His hands were burned, the same sacrificial magic that had destroyed Quirrell had seared his palms, angry red blisters already rising. His wand was somewhere on the floor. His knife was somewhere else. The mirror. The stone. He dragged himself upright. Every muscle screamed. His vision was doubled, tripled, the chamber swimming around him. But the mirror was there, 3 feet away, and he looked into it. His parents were there. James and Lily, standing behind him, smiling that same smile he'd seen on Christmas night. But this time, Lily moved. She reached forward, into the mirror's surface, and her reflection hand touched the pocket of Harry's reflection robes. Harry felt something heavy appear in his real pocket. A small, irregular lump. He reached in and pulled out a stone. Red, rough cut, about the size of a large marble. It pulsed with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the ancient, extraordinary magic bound inside it. The philosopher's stone. He'd gotten it because he didn't want to use it. Because all he wanted, in this moment, was to keep it safe. To keep it from the thing that had just fled screaming into the night. To finish the job. He wrapped his fingers around the stone and let the darkness take him. He woke in the hospital wing. White ceiling. White sheets. The smell of healing potions and clean linen. Sunlight, real, warm, golden sunlight, falling through tall windows, and the sound of birds outside, and the distant murmur of a castle full of students going about their ordinary, blissfully ignorant lives. Harry lay still for a moment, taking inventory. His hands were bandaged, the burns, treated. His scar ached, but dully, like an old bruise. His body was stiff, sore, the aftermath of magical exhaustion and physical trauma. He turned his head. Blaise was asleep in a chair beside the bed, folded into a position that couldn't possibly have been comfortable, his head tilted back and his mouth slightly open. He looked, in that moment, nothing like the polished, controlled Zabini air. He looked like a boy who'd been too worried to leave. "Blaise," Harry said. Blaise woke instantly, Zabini training, the reflex of light sleep and immediate alertness. His eyes found Harry's, and for a moment, the mask was completely gone. Relief, raw and enormous, washed across his face. 3 days, Blaise said. "You've been out for 3 days. Felt like 3 minutes. Don't do that again." "Can't promise that." "I know. I'm saying it anyway." Blaise leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Dumbledore found you. Snape got my message and reached Dumbledore by flu. The ministry trip was fake, as you predicted. Dumbledore returned, went through the protections, and found you unconscious on the floor with Quirrell's remains. The stone. Dumbledore has it. He took it from your pocket while you were unconscious." Blaise's expression was complicated. "He's been here every day. Sitting in that corner. Watching you sleep." Harry processed this. The old man, sitting in the hospital wing, watching the boy he'd lost and found and failed and been defied by, sleeping off a battle with the darkest wizard in history. Hermione? Daphne? Fine. Hermione's been here almost as much as me. Madame Pomfrey had to physically remove her last night. Daphne came once, stayed for an hour, didn't say a word, and left. She's handling it her way. And the school knows something happened. The official story is that Quirrell had a medical emergency related to his time abroad and that you were involved in an incident while trying to help. Nobody believes it, but nobody knows the real story either. Dumbledore's doing. Dumbledore's doing. Harry looked at the ceiling. The sunlight moved across the white surface in slow, warm patterns. He thought about the chamber, the mirror, the thing with the red eyes that had fled screaming. He thought about his hands on Quirrell's face and the sound of a body turning to ash. He was 11 years old, and he had killed a man. Not with poison, not with a blade, not with any of the 100 methods Valentina had taught him. With his hands. With the love his mother had left in his blood. He didn't know how to feel about that. He suspected it would take a long time to figure out. The door opened, and Dumbledore walked in. The old man looked tired. Genuinely tired, not the theatrical weariness he sometimes affected. His robes were simpler than usual, dark blue, understated, and his eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, were missing their customary twinkle. He looked like what he was, a 150-year-old man carrying the weight of a war that refused to end. "Harry." He pulled a chair to the bedside, the other side from Blaise, who watched him with unconcealed wariness. "How do you feel?" "Like I fought a Dark Lord and the Dark Lord lost." "You did." "And he did." Dumbledore sat. "Though I suspect he would characterize it as a strategic withdrawal rather than a loss. He can characterize it however he likes. He's a wraith and I have the stone. Had the stone, Dumbledore corrected gently. I've returned it to Nicholas. He and I have had a long conversation, and we've agreed that the stone should be destroyed. Harry's eyes sharpened. Destroyed? Flamel agrees to this? Nicholas is 665 years old. He has lived long enough to understand that some things are more dangerous whole than broken. The stone has served its purpose. Its continued existence would only invite further attempts. And Flamel? Without the elixir of life, he and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order. They will die, eventually. But they will die on their own terms, which is more than most of us can hope for. Harry absorbed this. The Philosopher's Stone, destroyed. The elixir of life, ended. An immortal man choosing mortality because the alternative was too dangerous. There was a lesson there, about power, about sacrifice, about the difference between wanting to live forever and choosing to live well. You knew, Harry said. About Quirrell. About Voldemort. You knew all year. Yes. And you let it play out. You used the stone as bait, the protections as a test, the school as a trap. You let a Dark Lord operate inside a building full of children because you wanted to see how the game developed. That is one way to describe my actions. What's another? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I knew that Voldemort would come for the stone. He had no choice, it represented his only path back to physical form. I also knew that the protections, combined with the Mirror of Erist, would prevent him from obtaining it through force or treachery. What I did not know, what I needed to understand, was how strong his hold was, who he was using, and what his capabilities were in his diminished state. So the entire year was intelligence gathering. In part. And the children in the crossfire? Were never in danger from Voldemort directly. The troll at Halloween was, I admit, an oversight I deeply regret. I did not anticipate that Quirrell would risk so blatant a diversion so early. Hermione almost died. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. She almost did. And you saved her, which was not part of any plan I made. He paused. You have a talent for disrupting plans, Harry. Mine included. Is that a complaint? It is an observation. And, though it costs me something to admit it, an admiration. They looked at each other across the hospital bed. Two strategists, two manipulators, two people who saw the world as a board and its inhabitants as pieces. But where Dumbledore moved pieces with the detached wisdom of a grandmaster, Harry was in the game himself, a player and a piece simultaneously, bound by loyalties and loves that Dumbledore, for all his brilliance, struggled to understand. He'll come back, Harry said. Yes. Stronger next time. A body. Followers. The full weight of what he was. Yes. And you'll need me when he does. I believe so. The prophecy, I know the prophecy. My mother told me. Harry sat up in bed, ignoring the pain. But I'm not your weapon, Dumbledore. I'm not your piece on the board. When Voldemort comes back, I'll fight him, not because a prophecy says I have to, but because he killed my parents and he tried to kill me and he won't stop trying until one of us is finished. That's my choice. Not yours. Not fate's. Mine. I understand. Do you? Harry held his gaze. Because from where I sit, your track record with respecting my choices is poor. You chose to leave me on a doorstep. You chose to let Quirrell operate in the school. You chose to use the stone as bait without telling anyone, including the people who'd have to deal with the consequences if your trap failed. You're right. No qualification. No defense. I have made choices for you that were not mine to make. I have justified them with the greater good, and the greater good has, at times, come at the expense of the individual. Of you. So what changes? Dumbledore looked at him. The tiredness was still there, but underneath it, something else was forming, something that might have been the first genuine moment of their entire relationship. "I would like," Dumbledore said carefully, "to try something I am not very good at. I would like to try partnership. Not guidance. Not mentorship. Not the relationship between a headmaster and a student, or a general and a soldier. But two people who share a common enemy and who, despite very different methods and very different perspectives, might accomplish more together than apart." Harry studied the old man. He looked for the manipulation, the angle, the hidden agenda. He looked for the strings. He found, to his surprise, something that might have been sincerity. "Partnership means honesty," Harry said. "Full honesty. Not the selective kind you're comfortable with." "Agreed. It means you don't make decisions about my life without consulting me." "Agreed. And it means you talk to my mother. Directly. Not through solicitors, not through the ministry. You go to Florence and you sit in her study and you explain yourself, and you accept whatever comes of that conversation." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You want me to meet Valentina Zabini? I want you to face her. There's a difference." A moment passed. Then Dumbledore laughed, a real, full, surprised laugh that echoed off the hospital wing walls and made Blaise blink in shock. "Very well," Dumbledore said, wiping his eyes. "I will go to Florence. I will sit in her study. And I will, as you so eloquently put it, accept whatever comes." He stood, adjusting his spectacles. "Harry, for what it is worth, I am glad you are alive. Not because of the prophecy. Not because of the war. Because the world is a more interesting place with you in it. Thank you, Headmaster. Albus. If we're to be partners, you might as well call me Albus. I'll think about it." Dumbledore left. The door closed behind him, and the hospital wing was quiet again, and Harry looked at Blaise. "That just happened," Blaise said. "Yes. You negotiated a partnership with Albus Dumbledore. From a hospital bed. While wearing a gown that's open in the back. The gown is non-negotiable. Hospital policy." Blaise stared at him for a long moment. Then he started laughing, really laughing, the helpless, body-shaking kind that he almost never allowed himself. Harry watched his brother laugh, and felt something loosen in his chest, the tension of the year, the weight of the fight, the constant, grinding pressure of being Harry Zabini, the boy who lived, the weapon, the player, the son of two mothers and no father. He let it go. Not all of it, you never let go of all of it, not in their world. But enough. Enough to breathe. Enough to laugh too, a little, wincing when it pulled at his bandaged hands. "Mother is going to be insufferable," Blaise said, wiping his eyes. "Mother is going to be magnificent. Dumbledore in her study. She's been waiting for that moment for 10 years. God help him. God can't help him. He's meeting Valentina Zabini." They laughed together in the sunlit hospital wing, two brothers, two Zabinis, alive and whole and together at the end of a year that had tested everything they were. Hermione arrived 20 minutes later with a stack of get-well cards and the news that Harry had achieved top marks in every exam despite being unconscious for 3 of them. "Professor Flitwick gave you full marks on the practical based on your term performance. McGonagall did the same. Snape gave you 98%, which I'm told is the highest grade he's ever awarded a first year. Daphne came that evening. She sat in the chair Dumbledore had vacated, crossed her legs, and looked at Harry with an expression that was, for once, completely unguarded. My grandmother says I should give you up as a lost cause, she said. She says anyone who fights a Dark Lord at 11 will be dead by 20. And what do you think? I think my grandmother underestimates Zabinus. She paused. And I think, if you're going to be reckless enough to fight Dark Lords, you should have someone watching your back who can actually think clearly under pressure. Are you volunteering? I'm stating a fact. Take it however you like. Harry looked at her, the ice-blue eyes, the carefully controlled expression, the faintest flush along her cheekbones that betrayed the emotion she was working so hard to contain. And he saw, underneath the green-grass poise, the same thing he'd seen in Hermione, in Blaise, in Neville, in all the people he'd collected over this long, strange, extraordinary year: loyalty. Not the trained, conditional kind. The real kind. The kind that showed up at your hospital bed and offered to stand between you and the dark. "Thank you, Daphne," he said. "Don't thank me. Just don't die. I'll do my best." Neville visited the next day, bringing a small cactus from the greenhouses and the stammered confession that he'd told Hagrid about the Cerberus, which had started the whole chain of events. "It's not your fault," Harry told him. "You brought me information I needed. Without you, I wouldn't have known Quirrell was moving. But if I hadn't told Hagrid, then we wouldn't have known the defenses were compromised. You didn't create the danger, Neville. You helped us meet it. That's the opposite of fault." Neville sat with this, turning it over. The cactus sat on Harry's bedside table, small and stubborn and alive, and Harry thought it was the most honest gift he'd received all year. The end-of-year feast was 3 days later. Harry attended, his hand still bandaged but functional, his scar faded to its usual silver line. The great hall was decorated in green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, which Harry attributed less to his own efforts and more to the cumulative effect of an entire year of academic dominance by his circle. Dumbledore gave a speech. He mentioned courage. He mentioned sacrifice. He did not mention Quirrell, or the stone, or the events beneath the castle. But his eyes found Harry across the hall, and Harry nodded once, and something was understood between them that didn't need words. The Hogwarts Express left the next morning. Harry sat in the same compartment he'd occupied on September 1st, rear of the train, good sight lines, window that could be opened. Blaise sat across from him. Daphne and Hermione shared the other bench, which would have been unthinkable 9 months ago, a Slytherin pureblood and a Gryffindor Muggleborn, sitting together, arguing about the theoretical limits of transfiguration with an intensity that suggested they'd found, in each other, the intellectual sparring partner they'd both been missing. Neville stopped by, toad free for once, he'd finally learned the summoning charm, and stayed for an hour. Draco appeared at the door, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle, but his manner had changed, less posturing, more genuine. He nodded to Harry, exchanged a few words with Blaise, and moved on. The countryside rolled past. Green and gold and the endless, changeable sky of Scotland giving way to the gentler curves of England. Harry watched it pass and thought about the year, about everything he'd learned, everything he'd done, everything he'd become. He'd arrived at Hogwarts as a weapon. He was leaving as something more complicated. Something that included the weapon but wasn't defined by it. A brother. A friend. A student. A leader. A boy with a scar and a history and a future that was, for the first time, genuinely his own. Valentina's teaching was in him, the combat, the poisons, the politics, the ruthless clarity. Lily's love was in him, the sacrifice, the protection, the fierce and burning gift that had saved his life. And somewhere between the two, in the space where training met tenderness and strategy met sentiment, Harry had found himself. He pulled out parchment and a quill and wrote a letter. "Dear Mother, first year was interesting. The defense position will be open again. I have suggestions. The headmaster will be visiting you this summer. He has agreed to a partnership, on our terms. Be kind to him. He's old and he's trying, and I think, I'm not certain, but I think, he might actually mean it. I killed a man. Not with poison. Not with a blade. With my hands, and with the magic my birth mother left in my blood. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'll need time. And I'll need you." Blaise was perfect. He always is. Don't tell him I said that. I'm coming home. Make the carbonara. Your son, Harry. He sealed the letter, attached it to Nero's leg, and sent the owl soaring out the open window into the English sky. The eagle-owl banked south, toward London, toward the port quay, toward Florence and the villa and the woman who had picked him up from a doorstep 11 years ago and turned him into something extraordinary. Harry leaned back in his seat. Blaise was asleep, or pretending to be. Hermione was still arguing with Daphne. The train rocked gently, rhythmically, carrying them all toward summer and whatever came next. He closed his eyes and let himself rest. Not the trained sleep of a Zabini, light, alert, ready. Real rest. The kind that came from knowing you were safe, and loved, and not alone. In Florence, Valentina Zabini sat in her study with a glass of wine and a stack of intelligence reports, and when the owl arrived, she read the letter twice. She read it a third time. Then she set it down, pressed her fingers to her lips, and did something she almost never did. She smiled. Not the sharp smile, the strategic smile, the smile that 5 husbands had loved and not survived. A different smile. Smaller. Softer. The smile of a mother reading a letter from her son and finding, in the space between the lines, everything she'd hoped he would become. She picked up her quill. "My son, the carbonara will be ready when you arrive. The guest room will be prepared for the headmaster. And the training room will be waiting for you, because the war is not over and you are not finished. But tonight, come home. Just come home. I love you." Mother. She sealed the letter, poured another glass of wine, and began to plan. Outside the villa, the Tuscan hills glowed gold in the evening light, and the fountains ran with enchanted water, and the garden walls were lined with plants that could kill a man in 6 different ways. It was, all things considered, a beautiful evening to prepare for war.